Good morning, participants. It's now 8:30 and our program begins at 8:30. So I'd like us to begin with a word of prayer. So shall we bow and pray? Our dear loving Father, we are grateful for this beautiful morning that you've given unto us. Thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for everyone that has joined. And even for those that are purposing to join, Father, I pray that when you quicken the connections. We pray for this meeting, Lord, the agenda that is ahead of us. We pray for knowledge and wisdom from on high, that indeed you're going to lead us, to direct us, and to order every step that we are going to make today. And indeed, at the end of it, my Father, glory and honor shall be unto thy holy name. We thank you, Lord, and we bless you because we pray this believing and trusting in Jesus' name. Amen. So good morning once again. My name is Boniface Wanyama from the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, Acting Deputy Director responsible for matters of research, science, technology and innovation. So we are glad to host you today, today's meeting, this sensitization for the MDS on the STI mainstreaming performance indicator for the 2021-2022 performance contracting. So we have shared a copy of today's program to you. I hope you can be able to see it. And we want to encourage you to be active participants during this meeting. We have when you look at the logins, you can see we have a chat which we encourage you to use. And we want to ask you as participants to indicate through the chat your official names, or the names you usually use, and then with a hyphen, the institution or the acronym of the institution for which you are representing. That is also going to help us in terms of getting to know who attended and from which institution. Then we encourage you to use the Q&A for the purpose of question and answer. We'll be able to respond to some of those questions in real time. That is why we encourage you to use Q&A. Those that we will not be able to answer them through that, we shall be able to share them in the plenary. So those are some of the things that we want to use. You can also raise your hand. Look for that icon and raise your hand wherever you are. We'll see you, we'll give you the rights to be able to ask your question live, and then we shall also be able to respond. So our program runs from 8:30 to about 1:20. And we're going to begin by having the introductions and objectives of this training. And then we'll have some welcome remarks from Professor Walter Oyawa, the Director General of the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation. After his remarks, he's going to usher in the PS. Thereafter, he will give a presentation on STI as the anchor to humanity in a disrupted and volatile world. Thereafter, we'll have another presentation on STI legal framework, legal and institutional framework, STI policies, and priorities. That will be done by me. Then we shall have a health break. After the health break, we come into another presentation on the rationale and overview of the STI mainstreaming indicator, which you are going to be taken through by Javan Mwiti. Then we shall have now another presentation on institutional STI strategy because this is part of what you'll be expected to prepare in this quarter. Then finally, we will share with you the reporting framework. Again, we are just about to end the quarter, and therefore we need to introduce to you how you're going to report, both quarterly and annually. So that is how the day is going to run. And again, just to welcome those who have joined in a few minutes ago, you can see we are 75 of us. And we move on to objectives of which I'm going to take you through. Again, I hope that you can be able to see the screen. And if that's something that's not clear, please use also the chat to be able to get to us. So just to let you know that since 2003, the government has used the performance contracting as a key accountability tool in its endeavor to improve service delivery in the public service. And the performance contracting, of course, is part of the broader public sector reforms that are aimed at improving efficiency and effectiveness in the management of the public service. And of course, 2021-2022 is the 18th cycle of the performance contract. And of course, as NACOSTI, we've been implementing this as a state corporation since 2014-2015 financial year, following the enactment of the Science, Technology and Innovation Act, which established NACOSTI as body corporate. Of course, the role of STI in Kenya's development discourse is acknowledged by the Kenyan government, as it was depicted in the 10th edition of the Performance Contracting Guidelines for the financial year 2013-2014. Those of you who are that time in those positions will recall that MDAs were expected to report on research and development as one of the means by which institutions can apply new knowledge to experience future growth by improving and expanding their operations. This indicator has not featured in subsequent PC guidelines and consequently resulting in a gap in tracking the extent to which the MDAs are generating and applying new knowledge to improve their production processes and service delivery. Then, having identified that gap, in 2017-2018, NACOSTI recommended the reintroduction of the indicator under a broader, impacting and more comprehensive perspective of STI, as provided for in the STI Act of 2013, which was revised again in 2014. And in 2021-2022, the Ministry of Public Service and Gender accepted this request of STI mainstreaming and provided as an indicator in the 18th cycle. NACOSTI, therefore, has gone ahead and prepared the necessary documents and uploaded them on the website, on our website, to be able to guide MDAs in implementing this indicator. So what are we here to do today? We've been here for the entire week. This is the fifth day for this sensitization. And we have taken note of the fact that there are 389 MDAs who are involved in the implementation of this indicator. So we divided them into groups for the purpose of having smaller groups to be able to interact and to be able to share what is expected of them. So on Monday, we had the first group, which included the research institutions, regulating agencies and ministries and state departments. Then on Tuesday, we had the second group where we had a discussion on sensitization for universities, university colleges, and other colleges. On Wednesday, we had the discussion on TVETs, polytechnics, technical institutes, and institutes of technology. Yesterday, Thursday, we had sensitization for MDS with the distinct research and technology development centers, units, activities, and budgets. And because the group was large, so what we did was to split that into two. Part of that group was there yesterday, and part of that group is here today. However, even today, we have a few other institutions that were not able to join either on first day 1, 2, 3, and 4. And now we have given them an opportunity also to join in this sensitization this morning. Overall, the objective of this sensitization is simply to prepare the MDAs to effectively implement and report on STI mainstreaming indicator for the 2021-2022 cycle. And specifically, we want to, one, provide an introduction to STI as the anchor to humanity in a disrupted and volatile world. We're going to have a presentation on that, just to be able to open our minds. Highlights the STI legal and institutional framework, STI policies and priorities. Thirdly, we're going to provide an overview of the STI mainstreaming indicator. What is it? And what is expectation of the MDAs? Then objective number 4 is to introduce the participants to the development of institutional STI strategy. And finally, we want to provide an overview of the STI reporting framework, so that by the end of today, we hope you will be in a position to be able to go and implement that indicator, as well as undertake, provide the report. We do hope that you will not, if you will not experience any challenges, but should that happen, we have 3 numbers, and there will be 2 dedicated officers who will be on hand to be able to address any concerns that you may have, so that we end up with a smooth way of implementing this indicator. That concludes my introduction and objectives. And I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Professor Walter Oyawa, the Director General of NACOSTI, to be able to give us some introductory remarks, and then usher in the PS to do his speech. Professor Oyawa, welcome.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Boniface. I hope you can hear me.
Very well, loud and clear.
Yes, distinguished colleagues, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to our inaugural training and sensitization on STI mainstreaming. I'm indeed honored and humbled to be part of this great congregation of practitioners, scientists, engineers, scholars, administrators, and all leaders in the science, technology, and innovation sector. It is my prayer that each one of you will have a take-home at the end of the training, from the training that will be undertaken today, and that you'll be able to maintain close contact with us as we jointly undertake STI mainstreaming for the betterment of our country. Allow me to acknowledge all of you, STI focal points and champions, who are nominated by your head of institution. This is the 5th day of training, and we note that you are drawn from various MDAs And when I just looked at the chart, I'm seeing representatives of STI focal points and champions, all the way from like Summit TTI, Kenya Animal Genetic Resources Center, Konza Technopolis, and quite a number of you. I think there's quite a good turnout. I'm seeing so far is around 84, a very high number. And we have been doing the same for the last 4 or so days. So we expect that by the end of the week, to have trained participants from over 389 institutions, as my colleague has said. And that tells you the level of importance that the government has placed on STI mainstreaming, taking cognizance that times have changed drastically and that we are living in unprecedented times, as has been occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic. When you return to institutions, when you return home, please do pass our warm regards to your head of institution. We had a successful STI multi-sectoral conference in August. That is just last month, about a month from now in August, with them, where the participants, again on STI, were the heads of the institution, the CEOs, the directors, the director generals, the managing directors, as well as a few chairpersons of boards and councils and commissions. Yeah, so, and during this conference, this multi-sectoral conference, several resolutions were drawn. It is my hope that you have received a copy of these resolutions in PDF file format. If you have not, please request our secretariat. These resolutions that were drawn by participants, not NACOSTI, but participants, form part of this sensitization and training. Yeah, be informed that your task is anonymous, just like NACOSTI's task is anonymous, as you will be our link to your institutions henceforth. And there are a number of things that we've been undertaking with various institutions, particularly research institutions and universities. But now this has gone up to vet institutions, all MDAs were involved in the Vision 2030 implementation, simply because STI or Science, Technology, Innovation cuts across. I would urge you to take time to be comfortable. I hope you're able to hear me. Yagon, you'll alert me. Mr. Yagon?
Yes, DJ, we can hear you clearly.
Okay, thank you. Always alert me when these ICT things are a little bit complicated. I would urge you, dear colleagues and participants, I would urge you to take time to be comfortable with the contents of the STI Act, which guides all of us in the science, technology, innovation sector. In addition, there are several important documents that you'll need to keep yourself with. Like we have the National Research Priorities document or framework, which is in our website. We have the legal notices, which form part of the STI Act on our website. And we have several documents, regulations that are out there, and even development, just information. We have our journal, what we're calling the STAR Journal, or the Science, Technology, and Innovation and Research Journal, so which the last copy is available, and I think will be distributed by our secretariat. Finally, allow me to convey the greetings from our Principal Secretary in the State Department for University Education and Research, Ambassador Simon Nabukwesi, who is with us in spirit. He wasn't able to make it, but he has a wonderful message which he delivered to the congregants in last month's STI conference, a message that fits this occasion. The message was presented to the entire STI sector during the just concluded multi-sectoral STI conference on 4th of August last month, where your institutions were duly represented. And Mr. Yagon, I'll kindly request you to relay the message from the PS to this congregation. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is gratifying to be here today where we have an assembly of distinguished scholars and scientists thinking together about how to make STI more relevant and to contribute to our national development. I must therefore thank each one of you for having that positive attitude and the goodwill to support the good idea of us coming here today to think together about how we can promote science, technology, and innovation to make our scholars globally competitive and to contribute more in the interest of our nation and humanity as a whole. I'm just wondering how we can embrace emerging technologies and utilize them to remain relevant and globally competitive. When you talk about a sovereignty of a nation and the national pride and national recognition in the family of nations across the world, you look at the scholars who are there, what contributions they have made, the institutions they have established, and how they are functioning in terms of capacity building, not only for the nation, but for humanity. So do we wish to spend time trying to outdo each other, or we want to spend time thinking together, analyzing issues, reviewing the situation in which we are, assessing our potential, and finding ways of motivating those who have the capacity to do more for us as a nation? I think that's the attitude that has brought all of us together here. And therefore, it should be the idea of strengthening the partnerships amongst all players in science, technology, and innovation, so that we motivate our scientists, we motivate our researchers, and we motivate all the players who play significant roles in making it work, so that they achieve their utmost. And I want to very strongly refer to what Albert Einstein said, that all of us have great capacity and we're endowed with the abilities that are unique to us, so that if each one of us has an opportunity and motivated to do his or her best, and just at 1/5 of our capacity, then we can turn around the world. Just 1/5 of our capacity, which we rarely achieve as human beings, according to Albert Einstein. Just 1/5. I'm asking myself about expenditure on research in our country. If we are not yet at 1%, when shall we reach the 2%? Because there is also good thinking and good talking, but there should be good doing as well. So that, again, you talk about a lot of preaching, but no action. Then it amounts to zero. So we are all players in this field, and I want to urge everyone to make his or her contribution. We are in discussion with the political leadership through the Committee of the National Assembly, and they're extremely positive about the need to support research in our country, so that we provide for better performance in science, technology, and innovation, with an additional segment of commercialization. I see a lot of synergies formed between institutions and universities, where people with common interest and common knowledge come together to work on research projects. And this is extremely encouraging. I've also witnessed where they have provided equipment and even infrastructure to encourage research in universities. So how do we get all champions of research, of science, of technology, and innovation to fellowship together more strongly, to establish collaborative working synergies, and motivate them to work to achieve more and become globally more competitive, to be recognized? And that will make Kenya greater. Right now, our athletes are in Tokyo. And as usual, we expect them to take the lead in some aspects of the competition. We will want scientists to feature more where the greatest of the world are discussing issues. Therefore, the way we think, ladies and gentlemen, determines what we become as a people and as a nation. And therefore, we must think about the best ways to promote STI, and we must think about the best way to work together, have a shared vision that is very strong, shared objectives, so that we provide solutions to the challenges that we experience in our nation and improve our economy. I once again want to thank you for the goodwill you have demonstrated by coming here today, and wish everybody a pleasant stay, fruitful contributions, and from here we call it a turning point in science, technology, and innovation for our country and for humanity. Thank you so much. Distinguished
yes, thank you. Dear colleagues, I think it could not have been said any better than that. And that sets the pace for why all of us are here. He has mentioned, I think, 2 or 3 keywords, which I just want to mention. One is that we are at a turning point. And it's not our choice or the choice of the world that we are at a turning point. As I said, it has been occasioned by the pandemic, which we thought was a passing cloud, but as you can see, it's here to stay with us. The other word he has used, which is very powerful, more passionate than the word partnership, is how do we get all champions of STI to fellowship together? That's a key word, to fellowship together. And the best way to work, yes, really emphasize that. And that is the current approach, I think, globally. And that's why you are all here. So with those remarks and with that good speech of our peers, Yagon, you could applaud the presentation. I'll go straight away to the presentation. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I think we took up this title, STI as the anchor to humanity in a disrupted and volatile world, to reflect our current status, the current status of the country, of the region, and in the world. And from the word go, I just want to explain the very simple words, which sometimes there are different definitions for. What is science? What is technology? What is innovation? How do they relate? Because they are one and one thing. And the act that enables NACOSTI and other players in the science and technology innovation sector, that is STI Act 2013, revised in 2014, and I would urge you to get a copy. There's a keyword which has been used there, research system. I'm sure there are agencies you could be asking, how are you involved in research? But the word that is equivalent to the STI sector is research system. And that act, as defined by an act which was approved by a parliament, means research, science, technology, and innovation. So we are not talking about research, we are talking about the research system. And the fact that they're interrelated, you cannot have research alone in a vacuum, neither can you have science and technology in a vacuum. And you try to look at the simpler definitions that are there. The one which is actually in our legal notice, number 108 under the STI Act, defines research means the systematic investigation into and study of materials. So you can read that. I wouldn't want to spend time on that. But I'll go to the keywords STI, science, technology, innovation. And again, it's defined in very simple terms, without the long stories and paragraphs, that science is simply the creation of knowledge. It means science is derived from research. Then technology is the application of knowledge. So science is involved. That's how science now connects to technology. And finally, the application, innovation is the application of technology. There's a very important distinction between technology and innovation. They're very similar words. But innovation as the business component. When we're talking of innovation, and that's why it's the buzzword now, it means the products, the services are now translating for use by our people. Unlike technology, which can be the shame for quite a while, innovation requires the business component, and it's already something that is working. So the reason you are here is that I'm sure you are somewhere in this. If you're not in research, you are in science. If you're not in science, you're in technology. If you're not in technology, at least you're in innovation. And I know all MDAs have that service level innovation. That is part of that. And maybe come next year, they might be integrated together. So you are here by your own right, and you have to occupy your own space. The other element which we are informing MDAs is that if you are implementing, and I think all MDAs are implementing the MTP3, medium-term plan 3, which is focused on the Big 4 agenda. and you look at the documents of the Vision 2030 Secretariat, which is now has come to the forefront as based on the circular that we received very recently, that whatever you do, you have to demonstrate that activities relate directly to the Big Four agenda, relate directly to Vision 2030. So if you're involved in that, and I believe you're all, then Vision 2030 is anchored on science, technology, innovation. So it simply means you're part of the sector. So I hope that question has been answered, that it is cross-cutting. It is not like we have TVET focusing on TVET. We have Universities Act focusing on university, but the STI Act goes right from kindergarten, because one of the areas the STI sector, including NACOSTI, is supposed to advise on is on the science and technology education. So the training that happens, even in kindergarten, even in primary school, we are supposed to advise on the science and technology component of that. So the science, if you talk of STI, the science or STI education and awareness, then there's the research R&D, there's research infrastructure, then there's technology development and innovation, then there's a commercialization component of it, or extension component of it. I'm sure you are somewhere in this. So I'll spend some time on that one so that this question can be answered from the word go. Then I come to the slides, and some of them I'll skip to save on time, because you'll have the slides to read. And what you're saying is that science, technology, and innovation are going up here on the second slide. Yes, you'll have to follow me here. We are saying that science, technology, and innovation are key drivers of economic and social development, and hence critical means of implementation of the national agenda. And when we are saying this, we are looking at the global perspective, just to show you that what we do locally is directly linked to what the AU or the African agenda, and is directly linked to the UN agenda. So we are not just an island by ourselves. We are following on the direction that the rest of the world is going. And we want to say that indeed science, technology, innovation has played a significant role in the rapid socioeconomic transformation of countries, turning some of them to superpowers. You have heard of the Asian tigers. You have heard of Japan, Korea, Singapore, Malaysia. And most recently, China has taken the stage. And what did they use? Investments in science, technology, innovation. I don't have to repeat that. China is leading this war, is leading this domination using technology. They're not using weapons of war. They're simply using science, technology, innovation as the tool. And even for us, we might not be competing with China, but just even to meet the needs of our people, it is obvious that we need to deploy science, technology, innovation in whichever activities we do, in whichever way. There's something which we are really trying to promote now, something called science communication. Somebody might see that is not a technology, but in itself is a great science. Scientists are not able to communicate out there. Where you'll find politicians are able to communicate about the vaccine, for example, yet when a scientist or a top professor goes to the press to convince the publics are skeptical. So we have to ask ourselves that question. What is the missing link, the element of science communication? But I want, as shown in that slide, these four countries have undergone rapid economic transformation in the decades following the end of the Second World War, with millions of people coming out of poverty. We would want to definitely benchmark with the best of the best, although it will take us time, but the Chinese say just one step at a time will lead you to the destination that you desire. Second slide, Yegon. So with regard to the global agenda, I think the one that is running now is the UN Agenda 2030, whose aim is to achieve decent lives for all on a healthy planet by 2030. The SDGs were adopted in 2015, and at the core of achieving SDGs is research, science, technology, and innovation. The creativity, the know-how, the technology, and financial resources from all of society is necessary to achieve the SDGs. And the 17 of them, I don't think there's anyone which doesn't involve innovation or science or technology. The Agenda 2030 emphasizes that technological progress is key to finding lasting solutions to both economic and environmental challenges. You go on the next. So I just want to also pick some statements from one of the great leaders, the president of Uzbekistan. He was recently visiting UNESCO, and I thought what he said really summarizes the essence of STI mainstreaming and why we are here. I don't think it's an ordinary mainstreaming. It's a unique one because it's coming at a very unique time in the development of human discourse. And I'll quote directly from what the president is saying, President Shakat. He says, we must build up intellectual potential. We must build up knowledge, and you must gain the experience and turn these factors into points of economic growth and a resource of development. I just want to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, when you go back to institution, or when you are at institutions, how are you able to quantify how your institution turns the factors, the intellectual capital that you have, the knowledge that you have, the experience that you have, into factors, turn these factors into points of economic growth and development? That is what eventually the country feels. We might be doing a lot, but until it's visible and translates to Wanjiku, then I think that gospel will have been lost. This can be achieved, and I quote again, this can be achieved through research, the desire for innovation, and the introduction of high technologies. I underline that word innovation. You'll see it so many times in these slides, because that is where now the big difference is. As scientists, as technologists, engineers, and entrepreneurs, we are focused so much on research development and technology development. But the innovation component is what now translates it to the people. And it has a business element. What are the returns? What have you put in? What do you get out of this? And the president says in the last sentence, we need to understand one thing: without science, without innovation, we will never achieve our goals. I think that's true for our country. And that's why we are doing this STI mainstreaming. And the question I throw to all of us, are you able to quantify directly to, not to us at NACOSTI, just to Wanjiku out there? That means an average Kenyan, how your organization is contributing to their lives. Yes, that becomes very important. It means you have to repackage what you have to translate to the people. Next one, Yagon. The other thing also I just want to emphasize is the high level recognition of science and technology, which some countries identified before, but now it's becoming obvious. Literally all the countries who want to survive have to identify it. And I want to benchmark with the best of the best. And to inform you, if you know this, that's fine. If you don't, then we can learn together that in the US, Congress established the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, OSTP, in 1976. The OSTP advises the president and others within the executive of the president on the scientific, engineering, and technological aspects of the economy, and please be careful, of the economy, national security, homeland security, health, foreign relations, and the environment. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to put it to you that science, technology, and innovation is not only about economic development, as sometimes we put it. It's about our national security. It's about our public safety. It's about the health of our people. It's about how we interact with our neighbors. And it's about the environment and culture. That is what STI is, which is driven by research. And that's why we talk of research systems, RSTI. So the US identified a long time ago that STI is about national security, public safety, health, and the economy. The mission of OSTP, again, this is downloadable. I've indicated the URLs where I got this from. The mission of OSTP is to maximize the benefits of science and technology, to advance health, prosperity, which we all desire, security, which we might not have thought that STI is connected with, the environmental quality, and justice. That's another word, justice for all Americans. Yeah, yesterday, we had a representative from the Law Society of Kenya, and I thought this would be of interest. How do you connect STI with even justice for all Americans? STI brings equity. You develop, like the story of one of our very own youngsters developed M-Pesa. M-Pesa is now bringing justice to all of us. It cuts across. You can't stop people from using it. That's how technology is, that once it comes out, everybody uses it. If there's now the construction of the elevated highway on top of Uhuru Highway, that will bring justice and equity to all the Kenyans around. Everybody will be able to use it. So I just want to mention that countries that recognize the role of science and technology have gone ahead, and probably it's time that we continue leading the East African region, which we are doing now, but through technology. So the US has cabinet level National Science and Technology Council, which is chaired by the president. The same is in Japan, and you can Google that. The same is in Korea, and that is how they level. And I think even for us, our president has really put science, technology, innovation at the front. And coming back closer home, and that is to AU Agenda 2063. These documents are there, and you can download them. They are not new. I think you have come across them one or another, but let me just repeat them for the sake of this mainstreaming. The Agenda 2063 was adopted in 2014, actually 1 year before the UN agenda. It is Africa's strategic framework and blueprint for transforming Africa into a globally competitive continent. The word competitive It's very familiar when you talk of Vision 2030. And the AU agenda aims to deliver on its goal for an inclusive and sustainable development. It's the Pan-African vision of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens, representing a dynamic force in the international arena. Very, very common words in our Vision 2030. So we are not operating in an island. The things that we do are connected to the global agenda, of course, domesticated to suit our situation. You might move to the next one so that I can start moving faster. Yegon? Can move? Yes. So to effectively and efficiently contribute to the implementation of the AU Agenda 2063, the AU Assembly adopted 3 distinct strategies for advancing education and science and technology and innovation. And it's important to take note of this. This is the AU Agenda. There was the Continental Strategy for Education, and that informs education right from kindergarten, primary, high school, universities, tertiary institutions, and maybe postgraduate education. Then there's a Continental Strategy for Technical and Vocational Education and Training. TVET is now the thing of the moment in Kenya. And this is simply because they have gone ahead, they are at the innovation end. Unlike research institutions which are not visible, directly visible to NGO, they do a lot of work, publish a lot of work, but a good chunk of this work is not seen by an average Kenyan. On the other hand, TVET institutions are able to show things that Kenyans are able to see. So you'll find resources slowly moving towards the TVET institutions. Then the third one is the Science, Technology, Innovation Strategy for Africa, what is called STISA 2024. And that informs how NACOSTI and the STI ecosystem operate. STISA 2024 is the first of the 10-year incremental phasing strategies within the broader Agenda 2063, aimed at responding to the demand for science, technology, innovation to impact across. You can go to the next, Yegon. You can go to the next. Yes, the AU Science, Technology, Innovation Strategy for Africa, STISA 24, places science, technology, and innovation at the epicenter of Africa's socio-economic development and growth. And that's a keyword, epicenter. And that's exactly what I was saying in the first slide. If you're involved in the socio-economic development and growth of Kenya, yes, which I think all MDS are, then you are anchored on science, technology, innovation, one way or another. So we are all here, and I think there could be some few MDS which have not been involved. We believe the Public Service Commission and the OP will bring them in, but I think there are very few. Most of the ministries are involved, most of the departments are involved, most of the state corporations are involved in this because it cuts across. So, and we are emphasizing on a multi-sectoral approach, multi-agency approach. So even if you're in the social sciences, you're part of this dream for the country. The mission of STISA 2024 is to accelerate the transition of African countries to innovation-led and knowledge-based economies. These words or this sentence or these phrases are in MTP3. So just remember them, we'll come to it, just to show you that we are part of the global continent. Next, Yegon, the essence of STI mainstreaming. The STISA 24 urges and mobilizes all key stakeholders, academics, researchers, innovators, funding bodies, entrepreneurs, public sector, private sector, civil society, and the public to collectively and inclusively deploy science, technology, and innovation in all sectors of our socioeconomic development. This is the reason why we are all here, because science, technology, and innovation is cross-cutting. And you can see the STISA is urging all key stakeholders, academics, researchers, innovators, entrepreneurs. Yes, you might not be even a scientist, but you're an entrepreneur. There's something that relates to innovation and technology. If you go to the next, where we come home now to our very own Kenya's Vision 2030, which is the country's development blueprint from 2008 to 2030. And I think we have made some progress. It was launched in 2008, and its objective is to help transform Kenya into a newly industrializing middle-income country, providing a high quality of life to all its citizens by 2030 in a clean and secure environment. Very similar to SDGs, very similar to the AU agenda. And the vision focuses on reforms and development across 10 key sectors. I'm reading the second bullet. The vision strategy focuses on reforms and development across 10 key sectors one of which includes science, technology, and innovation. In fact, science, technology, and innovation is an enabler of literally all the three pillars: the economic pillar, the social pillar, and the political pillar. So policies are established under the various pillars, or policies established under the various pillars are largely anchored on an all-round adoption of science, technology, and innovation as an implementation tool. A key goal of activities under the Science, Technology, and Innovation Trust will be to impart a culture of creativity, innovativeness, and continuous learning in Kenya, which is supportive of STI uptake and utilization. That is really one of the key essence of this STI mainstreaming target for MDS. So next, Steel on Vision 2030, the strategy requires multi-sectoral initiatives to develop STI solutions that can address current and future development problems. If you're going to seek research funding from if you're going to seek, I think a phone call and interfering with the network. I hope you're getting me. Yeah, so the strategy, if you're going to seek funding from, like, for example, any public agency, including National Research Fund, you'll be required to demonstrate that your activity or your initiative is multi-sectoral, multi-agency, multi-pronged. So it needs a combination of things. And of course, we are moving away from the disciplinary approach to our matters. We are moving away from the disciplinary approach. We are moving now to product-based or service-based. So we'll not be talking of research in chemistry or research in biology, on research in Kiswahili or research in civil engineering. We'll be talking on research to develop a vaccine, or research to develop a ventilator, or research to develop a car. Wanjiku knows the product and the service. So the issue is which players are involved to come up with the final product. So the vision really requires multi-sectoral approach. And that's why STI mainstreaming is not just about your individual MDA. It's not just about NACOSTI standing alone. It's about who can NACOSTI work with to deliver on what the Kenyans need. The same applies to all of us. Yeah, so this will include professional associations and community science networks, non-profit organizations, and large business. This is Vision 2030, and you can read it. So it's not a creation of NACOSTI. It is direct, very significant and key government policy that we all have to undertake. And I'll go to the next slide, Foundations for National Transformation, MTP3. Again, I just want to highlight that one. Yes, if you go to MTP3, there's section 3.3, which is covering science, technology, and innovation. The mantra there, or the theme, is accelerating the transition to an innovation-led and knowledge-based economy in Kenya. Those were the words that you saw in STISA 2024. So the word innovation, I keep on underlining it, is there. And it involves the business component. It involves something which translates to the people. So if whatever you're doing in agency has not yet been felt or has not translated to the Kenyan people, then you have some work to do. And probably you might not be able to do it alone. You might seek the partners who will help you deliver. Because people can only go up to a certain point. But you can't go to a certain point and stop and say, we have done our part. Now we don't care. You have to bring in the other player or work with the other player to ensure that the final product comes out. Like in the STI ecosystem, our visible face is actually the Kenya National Innovation Agency. It's the one which is supposed to pick up technologies and promote them and mainstream them through the Kenya government system. So until we all work together, even the work of NACOSTI cannot be felt until Kenya is able to display to the public the innovations that have come out. So I just want to skip, you might skip up to the slide on skip about 3-4 slides. Yeah, up to His Excellency. What His Excellency says about science and research. Yes, His Excellency delivered a speech during the 50th anniversary celebrations of the International Center for Insect Physiology and Ecology, ICIPE. And I'm just quoting, this is in the website of the presidency. And it says that, I think it was titled Science and Research Key to Unlocking Kenya's Development Potential. And so if you're involved in Kenya's development, it already tells you that you're part of science and you're part of research. And why I'm emphasizing on this is we had, I think, 1 or 2 agencies which was asking. One was, I think, doing arbitration. I won't mention which one. And the question is, are we really involved in this research? And indeed, when we downloaded their enabling acts, one of the key areas was to undertake research in that core area. We also had a query from another agency, now a regulator, and they say we are a regulator and we do not know how. And when we went again to the Enabling Act, one of the key areas was to coordinate research in their area. So we're either involved in direct research, it could be basic research, applied research, but what I'm sure we're all involved in is innovation. So the speech of, the highlights of His Excellency's speech to CIPE, the President Uhuru Kenyatta has said, science and research are key to unlocking Kenya's development potential, especially in finding solutions to challenges slowing down the country's progress. So you can see that it's at the very top level of the country. And therefore, the president therefore said the government will continue implementing programs aimed at nurturing its growing scientific talent pool. The staff in your MDS are a talent pool. How you nurture them, how you give them opportunities, how you enlarge. There's something which the HR people are now calling job enlargement or job enrichment because of, and I know a number of agencies, there could be issues of staffing, but how do you nurture the ones you have to even expand their scope or their mandate? How do you train them or retrain them to give them more responsibilities that is for the benefit of your organization and the country? So that is what, again, you need to take note of when you go back to institutions. How do you nurture the talent pool in your organization? And again, the next slide, Yagon. Yes, the president said Africa must continue to expand its investment in science and research for it to achieve the aspiration of becoming a prosperous and peaceful continent. The head of state assured that the Kenya government will continue rolling out progressive policies to promote science and innovation. If you remember what the president of Uzbekistan was saying, it was exactly the same. The word innovation keeps on appearing, and it's actually the key gospel that we need to preach. We will do science, and which you have done, we do research, but until we go up to the end, then the system is affected. The system is not flowing fully. So it says not only as an engine for economic growth, but also as a means of addressing and enduring social inequalities. So science and technology also brings equity. It brings justice, as we saw. And the last sentence there, His Excellency says, we have made a commitment to invest up to 2% of our annual national budget in research and innovation, not in research and innovation. So sometimes people just figure out it's 2%, go and do research in our labs, publish, present papers, it's done. No, research and innovation. If you're given 1 shilling for research, how does it end up in some technology or innovation which translates at the end? We should not be in the stage of doing basic research all our time, okay? And as a scientist, you might find you need other players to be able to communicate your findings and convert it into the language of the ordinary publics. So that is the statement from His Excellency, just to emphasize. I'll also go to, you're going to go to the next one, the second slide of Biden, where the President Biden of the US, yes, that one, formed his science advisory team, and he elevated the advisor to the level of a cabinet secretary. That was in January 18, 2021. And he said the US, during his administration, there'll be 5 priority areas. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to share this with you and to figure out whether you feel this is also relevant to our country during these times. So he talks of, this is policy upon appointing this advisory team, that number 1, the priorities of his administration. First is the pandemic and what we can learn about what is possible. We cannot ignore the pandemic. So you have done strategic plans, which maybe we are to end next year or the other year. I know a number of agencies are now doing strategic plans, and my colleagues in Konza Technopolis, I know they are soon launching theirs. What I would throw to you as it captured the elements of the pandemic. Yes, we're even talking of the generations now, the young generations now, they're being called pandemios. So things are turning pandemic. So have you factored in? Because we do not know exactly what it is, but we have to consider it. So the pandemic and what we learn, what we can learn about what is possible and how to end the pandemic. That's what one of the priorities of the US. Second one is about the economy, resilience, which we are all struggling with. So I don't have to emphasize that. The third one is how science can help confront climate change. It's happening. The weather has changed drastically in Kenya this year. The lakes, Naivasha and others are rising. So if it was not for COVID, I think this was the main agenda, but now it's caught up with COVID. Then the fourth is about leadership, how the United States leads the world in the technologies and industries. In technologies and not war, how the US leads in technologies and industries. Because once you lead in technologies and industries, you're likely to lead in everything, even on the war element. And the fifth one is how we can ensure the long-term health and trust in science and technology in our nation. The last sentence there, allow me just also to read it. And President Biden says, we are on the tip or the cusp of some of the most remarkable breakthroughs that will fundamentally change our way of life. He said, we can make more progress in the next 10 years than we made in the last 50 years. I'll repeat that one. We can make progress in the next 10 years than we made in the last 50 years. It means there's opportunity because there's suffering. Yeah, the world progressed very fast after the Second World War because there were needs. Humans respond due to needs. So we can make progress in the next 10 years than we made in the last 50 years. But we also face some of the most dire crises in generations where science is critical to whether we meet this moment of peril with the promise we know that is in reach. That is from President Biden. You can go to the next slide. I also want just to highlight, I'm taking time on this, ladies and gentlemen, what the one was appointed as his chief advisor, that is President Biden's chief science advisor and the leader of the director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, June, that was just two or 3 months ago. He said this, he had this to say, that's Dr. Eric. For 75 years, America has led the world in science and technology. That leadership has had profound benefits for our health, economy, and national security. That's what I want to emphasize. That for them from the word go, they saw that science and technology has direct bearing to the national security, to the public safety. And I think the same applies even to us. Our national security, our public safety, the lives of Kenyans can be impacted positively or negatively by science, technology, innovation. And it's for us, MDS, to figure out how we can proactively convert science or ensure that science, technology, innovation is for public good. Then second bullet is that, but today, America's future depends on science and technology like never before. That's from the top leading nation. And I think the same could apply, of course, subject to different opinions. But today, America's future depends on science, technology like never before. The same could apply to us. Then I go down where it says, the choices we make now will determine our path for the generations to come. So if you are going to mainstream well, it will determine an impact on this country, on your organization, in a way that you'll never believe. So what we do now, in whichever small way, despite the limited funds, could impact in a way that you never believe. So just give it your best. As NACOSTI, we are doing the same. In our own little way, we do what we can, and then you let nature take its course. And he says there's so much to be done. And I also would plead that there's so much to be done by MDS. Next slide, a quick one now, I'll move faster. Something just came out September 3rd in the University World News. The University of Oxford, which had been at the forefront in the global search for the vaccine for COVID-19. This is how an institution, this is just one institution, one university, impacting so much that it has maintained its top ranking as in the Times Education World University Ranking for the 6th year running. And you can see what an institution can do. This is one institution, of course, it has been there for many years. So in our little way, we believe that MDS, in our own way, we can impact directly to the country. I know KEMRI is at the forefront in trying to develop a vaccine, and they're working with these international partners. Each one of us in our own way can also do a lot in this. I also know the extended laboratories, I think coming up at Conceptual Technopolis. There's a lot happening in the various MDS. And one of the things as NACOSTI we are going to do is to be able to document that so that we can communicate the same to decision makers up there. So in a year, I wouldn't want to read that. I just want to mention very quickly, I think the universities are not here, that in Africa also there are improvements. There are improvements made in the university rankings. But the interesting thing is that in this very unique university ranking, only the University of Nairobi is there. I'm saying that in passing. KU was mentioned, but only one Kenyan university was there. So it's food for thought for all of us. The universities cannot perform alone if there's no private sector, if there are no MDS contributing towards their work. And I saw like the Kenya Space Agency offering research year programs to universities which were competitive. So I'm just requesting in our own way that as we go the multi-sector approach or multi-agency approach, like I would imagine Conza Technopolis, because we work closely with them, and I'm sure the senior staff is part of this training, Conza Technopolis is actually coming up as the model, which is to be replicated in various countries, where you have a one-stop shop for science, technology, innovation, plus the products and the services that come out of that. So I hope the universities, the research institutions, the TVET institutions, and all of us can work together to impact and even improve the rankings of our universities. It's only the University of Nairobi. Most of the African universities, the best were from South Africa and Northern Africa. So that's an area of interest. When we come to our area of interest, the rankings, the latest rankings of research and innovation. Yes, and this one I think is good so that we may know that our institutions are also trying, but again, they will do better if us as other MDS support them or collaborate with them. Because the parameters that are checked in these rankings are like how much money you have invested in R&D, what is the staff, the capacity staff, like in the university staff-student ratio, in our cases, is staff equivalent staff ratios. So if we could help support our universities, research institutions, but even the staff that we have, there's some institutions which have so many PhDs inside there. I know Kefri has several PhDs who could and are working closely with the universities. I know Kemri has several PhDs. A number of institutions have PhDs who could help as adjunct lecturers, as adjunct professors, and that informs the ranking of our institutions. So this is the latest ranking from Shimago. You can download that again. I've given the URL. Our best institution is Kemri, but it's ranked number 8 in Africa. Our second best is ILRI, but it's ranked number 15 in Africa. The third one, this is now you find now University of Nairobi becomes third now, because the parameters in university rankings are a little bit different from the parameters in research and innovation. So innovation is really the final product. What's the extent of commercialization of research findings, quantified in terms of money, not in terms of just seeing technology out there, quantified in terms of money. How is it impacting in the Kenyan economy? That's how they rank that. And you can Google that and check. So the fourth one is Egerton, the fifth one is Aga Khan University, which is coming out very powerfully. And Aga Khan University have invested. It's not just trial and error. They're investing heavily in the facilities there, because even the research infrastructure is checked. So this is one area which I also believe Conza Technopolis, they're soon launching Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. I hope it will bring Kenya on the map of rankings powerfully. Then you have ISIPE, then you have JKUAT, Moi University, Kenyatta University. The rest are not appearing in these rankings. So please let us help our institutions through collaborations to work with them. Yagon, you will move now, skip, up to UNCTAD. Yeah, we are soon finishing, ladies and gentlemen. I just thought I would emphasize a number of these things. Yeah, what is happening out there, which I think affects us, and that is the Technology and Innovation Report of 2021 by the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. If you recall, our very own Dr. Mukisa Kitui was the Secretary General of UNCTAD. Their latest report of 2021 urges all developing nations to prepare for a period of deep and rapid technological change that will profoundly affect markets and societies. Profoundly affect markets and societies. So are we ready? So this part of STI mainstreaming, what we'll be asking you is innovatively, in your own way, what kind of reforms do you expect in your institution, despite the limited resources? Because we all struggle, and struggle brings creativity. So we have to be creative, and not to say that, oh, our resources are limited. Whichever small resources that we have, let us use them. Because as UNCTAD is saying, nations, it talks of developing, not just nations, developing nations, to prepare for a period of deep and rapid technological change. I think Kenya should lead East Africa and should actually lead Africa. So all countries will need to pursue STI policies appropriate to their development stage and economic, social, and environmental conditions. And we are saying, below the second bullet is not from UNCTAD, we are saying that already the 5th industrial revolution is underway. And again, I'm praying that Conza Technopolis can take up this and lead. The 5th industrial revolution is underway. And you can read what is the 5th industrial revolution. The 4th, which is was characterized by the fusion of physical, digital, and biological worlds. So we know the 4th as digital. Things are digital, things are ICT, okay? But now the 5th is about AI. It's about AI now taking the lead. The AI is still part of the 4th, but is now translating into the 5th. And I'm just praying one institution like Conza Technopolis or the Ministry of ICT can lead the way as the rest of us follow. Please read on that so that even as we harness our own indigenous technologies, we are not left where the rest of the world is headed to. Yeah. So next, Yagon. And I think I had a summary there. The fifth industrial revolution can be summarized as a combination of humans and machines in the workplace, and is likely to witness many more people regularly working remotely. Are MDS prepared for that? It's already happening. Are you going to bring back all your stuff? Or have you learned something of some key stuff who needs to be in place and others who need to work remotely? In the private sector, I think that's already happening. In some cases, you find even you don't have a desk. You come and find a hall, you sit with your laptop, do your work 1 or 2 hours, then your boss says, come tomorrow with this work done. So it's more work-based, not the issue of working 8 to 5. You hang your coat, outputs are very minimal. No, you'd rather work in your house and tomorrow come up with all that. So we are likely to see the issue of remote working, manual administration being performed by machines, the robotics, and countries that use robotics and during this COVID times, like Singapore, Malaysia, have been able to reduce the deaths and ensure the economy is running. We are going to have implantable technologies for health, where maybe my heart will be made of plastics or steel or aluminum or gold. People will be walking and you do not know whether their legs or knees or toes are made of other things. The only thing I'm sure that technology cannot change is your soul. But everything else, your teeth, your mouth, could be anything else. That is where we are heading to. And are we ready for this, or are we going to be ambushed by things? Okay, or do we wait for this when you're in the hospital and you're told, now we have to remove your entire heart and give you a new heart? So we need to know what is happening, and we pray that research institutions, TVET institutions, specialized institutions like Konza Technopolis and other, there are quite a number of specialized agencies can lead to this. 3D printing has become the norm now. So just again, read on that so that you're not left behind. So next slide, Yagon, now as we move faster. And yes, that is why now as NACOSTI and partners, and that includes you, have instituted measures to ensure the comprehensive realization of the provisions stipulated not only in the STI Act, but also in the Vision 2030 next. And that's why you have this performance contract guidelines, the 18th cycle, talking of STI mainstreaming. Kindly assist us on this. We'll try to make it as comfortable. And we want to say that this mainstreaming is not about regulating you. It's about working together and availing opportunities that are out there, both locally and internationally. As you'll see in NACOSTI as international connections as a focal point. So it's more of availing opportunities and also finding out what you're doing and relaying the same to the government in terms of what are the great things that each institution do, what are the challenges, what are the emerging issues in the various institutions. So next, as we briefly work on, I mentioned highlights of our regulatory framework. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me just to say that the STI Act was enacted for 3 purposes. One was to facilitate the promotion, coordination, and regulation of the progress of science, technology, innovation in the country. Yeah, and that act captures literally all of us in the STI sector. And I said, STI sector includes anybody who's involved in socioeconomic development of the country. The second purpose was to assign priority to the development of science, technology, innovation. That is exactly what STI mainstreaming is also doing. That you as MDAs and we as NACOSTI, we will assign priority to the development of STI in our MDAs, both individual MDAs and collectively in a multi-sectoral, multi-agency approach. And the third one is very important, to entrench science, technology, innovation into the national production system and for connected purposes. This can only be done collectively. To entrench, STI mainstreaming is about entrenching science, technology, innovation. So we have not come up with anything new. It has been there before, as my colleague mentioned. We are now activating what has been lying low because of the circumstances of COVID, because we either do something or perish. There are deaths happening every day. Yes, there are deaths happening. Probably each one of us is affected one way or another, but in your own small way, let not the death of your friend or relative or family be in vain. Let us make a contribution towards that. And this is where the STI focal points, I call upon you to pick this. This is one of the take homes that I request you to take home, owing to its importance. Very quickly, next slide. As part of just want to mention the co-agencies in the national STI ecosystem. as captured in the Act, STI Act 2013, is one is in Section 3, there's NACOSTI, whose main mission is to regulate and assure quality in the science, technology, and innovation sector and advise the government in matters. NACOSTI is the regulator of the science, technology, and innovation sector, which cuts across. It cuts across, so our main work will be to bring various agencies together. The multi-sector conference that we had, which was online but coordinated from Naivasha last month, was very, very informative. We had high-level panels. We had very senior people, eminent persons participating, and the publics were online. It was even an eye-opener even for me, and we found there's a lot of potential within among us, but we have never had an opportunity to meet and dialogue and see how we can move. So NACOSTI is the regulator, and we'll continue trying to bring agencies together. When we do so, please be our champions so that we don't get too much of resistance. Why are they bothering us? We want to be in our comfort zone. Please assist us on that. The second agency, which is very key and which is now on the roll, on the move, the new CEO has really picked up, is the Kenya National Innovation Agency, formed under Section 29 of the STI Act. The functions of the agency shall be to develop and manage the Kenya National Innovation System. The third agency, which you are familiar with, I know because they are the Mr. or Mrs. Moneybags, is the National Research Fund. The object of the fund shall be to facilitate research for the advancement of science, technology, and innovation. You can see that, to facilitate research for the advancement of science, technology, and innovation. So the research, the funding that NRF gives should not just end up in publications. It should end up in innovation. And I know moving forward, also as a member of the board of NRF, they're also a member of our board, that most funding will be based on research consortia, research groupings. I'm sure some of you have already got in that direction, that you got a preliminary award and then you're subjected to consortia. So we are, the sector is adopting a consortia approach, which will be product-based. Is it about a vaccine coming out or a Kenyan car coming out, or anything coming out, not in terms of discipline, that we are funding chemistry, we are funding, I don't know which university we are funding. No, it's a multi-sectoral approach. A very key agency, unfortunately, due to limited resources, their funding has been going down. So please, we also have to help them mobilize resources, because one of the functions is to mobilize resources beyond the normal annual funds from the exchequer. Yagon will go to very quickly functions of NACOSTI. Just want to highlight, because my colleague will speak on this, but I want to highlight like function in section 6.1a. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, one of the top function of NACOSTI is to develop, in consultation with stakeholders, the priorities in scientific, technological, and innovation activities in Kenya in relation to the economic and social policies of government and the country's international commitments. So it means this document has not been done, and it's being done now. There's a draft which has been circulated to all MDAs. Please get either, I think Boniface will upload this in our website, Yagon, later on, so that you can interrogate the drafts that are there. There are about 15 areas proposed. If you miss out on this, because that is where we are going to advise the exchequer to focus their funds on, the priority areas in scientific, technology, innovation activities in Kenya. Okay, so it's what we have sent as a draft is fully benchmarked regionally, locally, and globally, but you can still input if you're left out. So please don't miss out on that document. Then Yagon, you can go to N, number 14 also, function 14. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, allow me also to say that NACOSTI is supposed to annually review, not after 2 years or 3 years or 5 years, annually review the progress in scientific research systems. Again, the word there is not research, it is research systems. It means research, science, technology, and innovation. That's why we are asking all agencies, including our very own Kenya, including our very own National Research Fund, including the National Biosafety Authority, including all authorities, to give us the information, because we are the ones to bring this, just like the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics does for the economic review. We are the ones supposed to bring all that document and submit a report of its findings and recommendations to the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education. Most likely that report or a summary of this will end up in the Cabinet. That report will inform of your achievements, of your challenges, so that you can be assisted, and of the emerging issues in your sector. So the quarter reports that you make will inform that, including the final annual report. The template for the final annual report might be a little bit different it will be a little bit more comprehensive, so that we can have a team, a review team selected from, again, the agencies, maybe the STI focal persons, to meet somewhere in a retreat for a few weeks and just pick out what are the policy issues, what are the policy advisories to our government. So that's function 61N is very important. So when we request you to fill in information, please don't rush it. Don't fill in information which you are not sure of, because it is going to inform very powerful advisory to the country in the entire STS sector on matters connecting to economic development. So please take note of that. And then very quickly, you're going to the next one. I just want to very quickly inform you of the things that we are known for, which my colleague Boniface will emphasize. We are known for registration and accreditation of research institutions. Yagon, are you there? Yes, we are known for registration and accreditation of research institutions. My colleague will emphasize on that. And at the moment, you have about 20, 23, 24 there. Their numbers still about 6 or so waiting approval by the Cabinet Secretary. But we inform other institutions that are research-based. We kindly request you to register, because it's an offense not to register. Yeah, I know the institutions. I don't have to mention them. One is a famous institution, or a famous MDA. In fact, there are two. We have written to their CEOs. So if you're coming from those institutions, you can consult Boniface on this. We're asking you to register, because that gives us now the power to, without hiding, work directly with you. Otherwise, the opportunities that we might find it very difficult to avail those opportunities if you are not registered as such institutions. And already there are some institutions which are benefiting or making use of our international connections. So that is important. We register and accredit research institutions. We inspect. I think this year we have commenced inspection of those research institutions as per the law. And then we also license research. You've got the next one. You're going. We also license research. That's what we're known for. And if you take time to read Section 12 of the Act, there's literally no clear waiver on any institution, be it research institutions, be it universities. If you look at number one, subject to the provisions of any other law, a person shall not undertake scientific research in Kenya without obtaining a license under this Act. Then there's a waiver in 2. Subsection 1 shall not apply to a person conducting scientific research within a university or an academic research institution. There's a waiver, but please check number 3. So I don't know how the crafters did that. Yeah, number 3 now is, sorry, there's interruption by the phone. Number 3 now says any person. Research licensing is not about institutions, it's not about MBS, it's about the individual person, either the principal investigator or the leader of the team. Any person undertaking, not only undertaking, but intending to undertake research in science and technology in the country, or who accesses, handles, blah, 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 shall apply to the Commission for the grant of licenses in accordance with this Act. My colleague Boniface will emphasize on that. But people ask, why do we need this licensing? It is to do with national security. Yagon, you can go to that slide again. And even before you go to that, there are offenses. You can go to Section 15 of offenses or offense. Yagon, next, yes. So ladies and gentlemen, take time to read that, because you might do things which sometimes might be a national security or might be endangering the lives of Kenyans without you knowing, especially in the times of COVID. You might do something and end up manufacturing something which you didn't mean, okay? I know, like in the issues of the research on ventilators. In the UK, it's recorded that the very old people who are very, very sick were refusing the use of ventilators. They had a perception about ventilators, and a number of them died. So that's how technology, you have to convince the public that something is safe. And you cannot do that yourself. You need another agency to check. And that's why in biosafety matters, we have the National Biosafety Authority and even the Biosafety Appeals Board. We have various agencies to check on that. So it is an offense, and I won't read on that. The fine is 5 million or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 4 years or both. Just take note of that. It has not been fully active, but as we go under these COVID times, it might be activated. Let not your staff be caught on the wrong side of the law. The law is very clear. And even if you talk of, go back to that Section 12, there's a waiver, but it is sort of negated by number 3, Section 12.3. Yes, Section 12.3. Any person undertaking, intending to undertake shall apply So it's about the person, not about the institution. It's about the individual person in any institution. And the reason we do that, Yagon, if you can go to the last slide, not the last slide, the slide on criteria for research. Yes, criteria for any research. And you can also ask yourself if you will feel safe with your neighbor in the house doing research in the house, concocting things, and you're seeing smoke coming out of your neighbor's house, and you do not know what that smoke is all about. Or planting some weeds next to your compound, and you do not know what all of that's about. So the criteria for any research is supposed to check on national security. NACOSTI, we are not a national security. We send it to the agencies that are in charge of national security. The lives of Kenyans, again, we check it to the various agencies that are in charge of public safety. Culture and IP rights, we send it to the various agencies to check on that. If it's on medical research, we take it to the medical and dentist practitioners board. So ours is just to coordinate and have a common place where you can know which research is happening in the country. We are at very dangerous times, and you have to proactively and collectively work on this. You do not know whether somebody might accidentally come up with something or intentionally, especially when you're talking of the stresses that are now there. There are a lot of mental health issues. You do not know what somebody might do in your institution. Yes, even as we work on COVID. So it's important that all researchers at least are reported so that they are monitored as they go on the ground. The other elements of checking on research is nature, the environment, research ethics. And for that, my colleague Boniface will talk about research ethics matters. But also one of the things, especially when you're using public funds and public facilities, you have to focus on priority research. So it's research which is beneficial to the country, which only your institution and other peer reviewers are the ones to confirm that what you're doing is beneficial to the country. If you decided to use public funds to study something on Pluto or the next planet to be evolved, that is interesting, that is relevant. But the question is it at the moment a priority and with our limited resources? Even in our own houses, we have money, we want to do so many things, but you say, for now, this is a priority. So one of the things that NACOSTI checks, that you don't use the equipment in your institution, you don't do public funds to do a research which is of no direct benefit, and the people of Kenya are dying and suffering, and you're doing a different kind of research. So that is why all researchers literally have to be licensed, checked for your own benefit. You'll also get an advisory on possible sources of funding. You'll also get an advisory on how you can get an enhanced research, because we will bring peers. If you're doing a research on agriculture, ours is to get the peers of researchers in agriculture to do that. So having said that, I'm almost concluding, ladies and gentlemen. There's something which is of interest. I've seen, I think, Kenyatta National Hospital team or Moi referral team. NACOSTI also accredits institutional ethics review committees. Yes, Egon is good. You are there. Yeah. We also accredit institutional ethics review committees. And at the moment, you'll find out from Boniface what are those institutional ethics review committees. But that's part of us sort of like partially delegating of functions, where they do a work of vetting research out in the institutions and any other institution which doesn't have an institutional ethics review committee, and providing us with an annual report on the same. At the moment, there are 34 institutions, 23 are from universities, 4 are research institutions, 7 are hospitals. And universities, if you go next slide, you can see the institutions which have institutional ethics review committees. Africa International University, and this one, even in the private sector, we accredit so long as you make an application. This is your choice. We will not be forcing institutions to do that. If you feel you need institutional ethics review committees, please consult us. I know the KDF were with us the other day to consult on this. And now that they even have the National Defense University, I think we'll be working closely with them. You have Africa International University, Aga Khan, Chuka, Daystar, Egerton, Great Lakes University, JKUAT, JOOST, and all. We also have Moi University and MTRH, Mount Kenya University, Pwani University, Strathmore Technical University, University of Kabianga, Laikipia. So they're quite a number. And the functions will be, Boniface will give talk on the functions. I will not go much into it. But one of the functions we want to add to that institutional ethics review committee is to register researchers within your institutions and without your institutions. Yeah, we have proposed to add one function to license and regulate researchers and submit an annual report. You cannot have a profession where you do not know who are the professionals. If you talk of medicine, you have the practice of medicine, and you have doctors registered. Engineering, you have the practice of engineering, and you have engineers registered. But here's where you have STI practitioners, or we are practicing research, science, technology, innovation, and we at the moment we do not know who are the people in biotechnology, for example. We do not know. So the legal notice, I think this is legal notice 106. Egon, if you can go there. I'm soon finishing. Yeah, just bear with me. Yes, the legal notice 106 under the STI Act says the commission. There was some debate with the universities, but we told them for now we are implementing just what Parliament gave us and what has been signed as a legal notice. But the law can be reviewed anytime, and a memoranda written to Parliament. So we also open to that discussion as part of our stakeholders. Where you feel something is or the shoe is pinching, please feel free to discuss, and we can have a common front. But otherwise, for now, we implement what has been directed. So legal notice 106 under the STI Act says the commission shall register, license, and regulate researchers in the scheduled sciences. In number 215.2 says the commission may accredit competent organizations or societies to carry out this function on behalf. Our thinking, and you can advise us now, is either to delegate this function to institutional ethics review committees, which we are now converting to institutional scientific and ethics review committees. So we can delegate to those institutional committees or delegate to an agency like the Kenyan National Academy of Sciences. It's for you to advise us. So very quickly now, Yagon, we go to NACOSTI's programs, which I just want to relay this information on areas that you can benefit through NACOSTI. NACOSTI is the focal point of a number of Kenya's international obligations or treaties that are linked to STI. NACOSTI Director General is the national focal point for Biological Weapons Convention, whose headquarters is in Geneva, Switzerland. And I think we're in the convention just 2 weeks ago, 1 or 2 weeks ago. We are in Geneva in the in-person meetings for the first time during the COVID, just to discuss on this. And a number of you, I think, were involved in recent seminar, chaired all the way from Geneva on the confidence building measures. So if you are not, I think as STI focal point, find out who was nominated to participate in the Biological Weapons Convention seminar, because we want to merge this into one focal point if possible. If the STI focal point can also take up this role, it will make our work easier so that we don't have so many focal points in an MBA. The Director General NACOSTI, or NACOSTI, is also the national focal point and a member of the governing board of the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Technology. And for that, already there are some benefits coming. They have offered to support a regional research center on biotechnology. We had an expression of interest call to universities and research institutions. Now that many have come on board, in future, we are going to make the call open to all of you. And 7 universities applied. The applications were reviewed by international team. 3 were shortlisted. And I think in the next 2 or 3 months, the international team plus NACOSTI's team are going to check which of these universities can be a regional research center in biotechnology. You can see these are some of the benefits for which, as NACOSTI, we were formed. We are also the focal point for AFRA, Africa Regional Cooperative Agreement for Research, Development, and Training. And a number of institutions are benefiting from research funding, from sponsorship to attend conferences. I think Kenya Bureau of Standards is benefiting out of this. University of Nairobi is benefiting out of this. And this can be extended to other agencies. Just please check our website. We are also the focal point for the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Organization, CTBTO, whose headquarters is in Vienna. And Kenya was given, if you've heard of the only seismic checking machine in the region, I think it is under NACOSTI, but delegated to the University of Nairobi. So these are some of the opportunities which we can relay based on your core mandate, core function, and expertise. And that's why we're emphasizing that we need to work together. If you isolate yourself, then it might be difficult to get that. We are also a member of the governing board of East African, the newly established, I think it was established 2 years ago. We're also a member of the governing board of the East African Science and Technology Commission, STECO. We are actually currently chairing that commission. It is an agency of the East African community, just the way IUCA is an agency of the East African community. There are benefits there. And they are one of the great areas of interest of STECO, or priority of STECO, is to undertake R&D and innovation in indigenous technologies like the hubs. So all these things are interrelated. So we also the focal point of, not the focal point, but the governing board of STECO. So you're going, you could go now to, we also have the research years program, which was competitively awarded. You go to research years program next, which was competitively awarded. You're going? You able to move to the next, or the computer is jamming now? Hello?
We are there, DG.
You are there?
Yes.
I'm not seeing, if you can go to the research years program, but I'll just mention very quickly that NACOSTI also awarded research year programs to JQuat. And also that was, and that was some years back in 2013 to JQuat and Moi University. One was in one of the big four agendas on manufacturing, and the other one on health systems research. The one on health system research is completed, manufacturing is ongoing. But we plan to seek from philanthropists, from international partners, several research years focusing on the big four agenda, which we will relay to all of you to compete for openly. We are also seeking if you could get support from MDS even to create research years that celebrate some of our greats, some of our very great scientists and technologists who have gone in the past. We are trying to form a research year for Professor Wangari Maathai in our area as our only Nobel laureate. We would want to have a research year for Dr. Richard Leakey. I think he has endorsed that. And would want to partner with the National Museums of Kenya if we could launch it in a big and broader way, and other agencies involved in that. We are seeking a research chair for Professor Callistus Juma, who was a main player, international giant in science, technology, innovation, and is now moved on into the heavens. And there are several greats. Some who are still living. Would want to remember them as a country. So we request MDS, like the National Housing Construction, they are quite whom we know are well endowed. Please assist us, let's work together and have a research here, which you can, as NACOSTI will just assist you in competitive bidding, but you will directly coordinate. And that will be a great contribution to the science and technology and innovation sector, especially when we are talking of the 2% allocation. You can allocate 2%, like there's some agencies, Kenya Ports Authority, for example, who have a massive pass. You just allocate 2% of that and say, we want to support a research here in any field to celebrate any of our great scientists, the ones who are there with us and the ones who have gone. We will be very great. So we make that appeal to all of you. So the other one of great interest, we are implementing the National Research Priorities Framework, which was officially launched by the Cabinet Secretary in 2019. Please, that document, download it. It's very important. The first meeting of the National Research Steering Committee happened in March this year. And we are moving forward to now forming 5 research consortia. You can go to that table. 5 research consortia. We are consulting. We are consulting you. And part of my presentation to consult you. Check out where you fit in. And this is not cast on stone. This was done some 2 years ago. So it means it can still be updated under the guidance and approval of the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education. If we look like the research priority area on food and nutrition security, the consortium institutions, you're supposed to form 5 consortia. In fact, there are 3 levels. There's a National Research Steering Committee, that is of PSS, chaired by our PS State Department of Industrial Education. Then there is the Research Priorities Delivery Secretariat, which now has the MDS, like ourselves here. This is chaired by NACOSTI. And below that, there's now the big 5 research consortia on food and nutrition, on affordable housing, on academic research and development. This is focuses on the academia. Then we have another one on universal health coverage. You have another one on manufacturing. We were just, again, humbly pleading that some of the key state corporations can lead in this, like when we're talking affordable housing, the National Construction Authority, or the National Housing Corporation can take the lead in this, of course, under the supervision and oversight of their ministry in charge of housing. We were hoping, like when we talk of food and nutrition security, CALRO and even Carefree, and Carefree, I know are represented here today, can take the lead in this. You can see under this, the guiding body or the guiding ministry will be the ministry in charge of agriculture, fisheries, and livestock. And then there are research institutions. That's where KEFRI comes in, CALRO comes in, ChemFree comes in. Then the Minister of Health and county governments. We have to engage the counties now as an STI sector, and then universities. You go to another one on manufacturing. The minister in charge of manufacturing is involved in this. You will have the Kenya Industrial Estates. You have the Kenya Industrial Research Kiridi. You have the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. You have universities. You have county governments. You have private sector. I'm sure there are other MDS who would want to participate here. So please let us know. Now, why I'm emphasizing on this is that the exchequer is likely to be advised that the exchequer and the National Research Fund is likely to be advised that the funding should go to this research consortia. And below each of these research consortia, there will be sub-consortia. Probably when you talk of food and nutrition security, or you talk of universal health coverage, there's one research on indigenous herbal cures, most likely will fall under one of these. You talk of ventilators, it might fall under either health or manufacturing. You talk of construction, I think affordable housing, which is one of the passionate areas our president is keen on. Then you'll find, as I said, we are requesting for the National Housing Corporation and especially the National Construction Authority to be visible on this. So it's the formative stages in the next 2-3 months. Lay your stakes here and let us get some products out of this, which will be for the greater public good. Other NACOSTI programs are there, very quickly gone. That's almost the second last slide. NACOSTI jointly with WIPO is engaging universities in the development of institutional framework for the management of intellectual property. We need a lot of patents applied for and accepted, because that informs Kenya's Global Innovation Index. I know CALRO, there's a lot of research going on there, even carefree, but the patenting side and publications being done. But what even Conza Technopolis, you would want to see patents before the products are visible at Conza Technopolis, they are patented. Yeah, and try and compare the Kenyan level of patenting and South Africa. You will be shocked, almost like 10 times or 20 times more than Kenya. Why are they patenting? Because it translates directly to business. If you are able to patent, it means you've seen a business, you've converted your products into a business element. But if you just want to publish like us professors and get promoted, well, it's good to some extent, but not 100%. The NACOSTI is collaborating with the World Bank and ACTS on STI roadmap for SDGs. We are going to write an annual status report, which has not been done so far. And we are collaborating on benchmarking with UNESCO. So please, the report that we get, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, and the comprehensive annual report, let it be accurate, let it be focused to enable us extract out of this to make that one. We are beginning a strategic program on developing the next generation STEM or STEAM workforce. We are now talking of STEAM. STEM alone, scientists are not good in conveying their work or science communication, and we need the social scientists. So, and help us join the dialogue, the ongoing dialogue on CBC. That's actually part of our mandate. We have been partially missing in action, but it's because we have been waiting to collaborate with you. Like I'm sure the display of technology at Conza Technopolis, or what Laikipia County is doing on technology, would be very good for the youngsters in primary, just to see what is happening. When you're talking of AI, artificial intelligence, how do we inculcate that right from kindergarten and primary school? So again, we are looking forward to partnering with you on that one. And then as resolved recently in NACOSTI in collaboration with the entire STI sector, including the private sector, we'll be hosting the annual multi-sectoral STI conference. And our chief guest during the conference, the MD or the general manager or the owner of Deputy Steel, I think the Chancellor of Egerton, Dr. Narendra Narwal, promised to support this and sponsor it at Egerton University next year. We ask all of you to come in a big way to display your technology. The TVET sector will be there, trying to occupy the space. The universities will be there. The research institutions will be there. We hope all agencies can come and display in a big, big way. And the chief guest, Dr. Narendra, promised that he will be our bridge to the private sector. You know, link to the private sector is very difficult. But he promised that he will be, in a speech that he delivered last month, he'll be our link or the bridge to the private sector. And during this next year's conference, he will bring in key philanthropists in. How we engage with them. The private sector has no time for a lot of stories. They want to see value for money. They want to see value proposition. So when we engage them, we must have value proposition. We want to collaborate with them for their benefit, for our benefit, for the benefit of the country. So again, I'm throwing that to you. So just before I go to conclusions, you're going to go to the next. No, there's a next slide which Yagon doesn't have. But the next slide is actually capturing what appeared in the news, which you can read. It says NACOSTI rated best state champion for gender fairness. And that was based on the recent PC report. We just want to inform. There have been issues of gender mainstreaming in STI. And people know that there's a gender which fears mathematics. But I want to demystify that that is not true. I think all genders now are quite equal in terms of liking mathematics, science, and technology. And as NACOSTI, we are trying to promote that, and we are happy that we are rated as the best state corporation in gender fairness. And you can check that, I think in the press today, or even the booklet that was sent by the National Gender Commission. Last in conclusion, Yagon, if you have gone there, very quickly, we are saying that STI are key drivers of economic and social development. And number two, COVID pandemic has reaffirmed the vital role of STI. Number three, NACOSTI seeks to partner with the entire STI sector. Number four, STI focal point and champions have a major role to play in the mainstreaming of STI programs of MDS. And I'm just reminding us here, STI focal points and champions and ourselves, that look at the three purposes for which STI Act was enacted, especially number three down there. It was enacted to entrench science, technology, innovation into the national production system and connected purposes. How can we entrench STI in MDS collectively in the national production system and for connected purposes? When it's done that way, then it means it is trickled down to the public. Thank you very much. I just want to last say, let's build a strong STI sector that fosters Kenya's inclusive, sustainable, and socio-economic development. Thank you. It has taken some time, but I think it's worth it because it is rare that we'll have these opportunities and this great gathering to be able to relay that. As usual, during the last 4 days, there's always been meetings lined up for me, and even now, in the last 10 minutes, there are phone calls pulling me into meetings. But as I've done in the others, please, I'm here for available 5 minutes for any urgent questions. Otherwise, most of the questions, compliments, and otherwise have been answered by our team. But if they are burning questions, then we have 5 minutes, which I can try to respond. The word is try. I might not have all the answers, but try. So back to you, Boniface. And if there are questions on the Mutandao, then you can let me know. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much, DG, for that presentation. Very elaborate, very informative. I believe our participants have benefited quite a lot from the discussions that we have had. They have been asking questions. We have tried, I think 7 of them have been responded to online.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
yes.
I've not seen any other. But nevertheless, we give the opportunity to any who may want to field a question live. Just raise your hand. We'll be able to allow you to do so. If not, we will just continue to use the Q&A or the chat. But we invite, if there is any participant who has a question and they would like to air it out live, again, that opportunity is available. So just be checking for any hand that could be raised.
Yeah, there's one further. There seems to be connectivity problems at Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. I think you can bear with us. I don't know whether it's on our side or on their side, but due to the numbers, I'm seeing the number of participants is 130, 133. That's fairly high.
Yeah.
We just request that the team bears with us. But should you have missed out on something, please get in touch with our team. Their contact persons will be able to assist you.
Sure, most likely it could be on their end, because I think we have had very stable internet this morning from our end. Of course, there was a few interruptions from your side. I think due to
when the phone calls
that were coming in. Yeah, so that interrupted slightly, but you remained on course nevertheless. Okay, we don't seem to have any other question for you.
Yes, we are seeing more universities now has now resolved. I don't know whether we have resolved or they have resolved, but internet connectivity has been sorted out. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank you very much for sparing your time, maintaining the patience. I'm seeing the interest is very high when you see people sticking until the end. Now I'm seeing they are 131 participants, much higher. I think you have been, every day has been higher and higher. This is higher than yesterday now. Boniface, yesterday was what, 120 something?
Yeah, yesterday we had the numbers of people who logged in were over 150. 150, yes, yeah. So we'll let you know the details.
Yes, so
there is somebody saying thank you, DG and Boniface, for the very elaborate presentation. I think that's a compliment.
Okay, thank you, yes, thank you. Yeah, so feel free to inquire the much you want. There'll be a plenary session, and please let's maintain this fire going. It is in our best interest. We either work in the university. They say publish or perish. For us, we are saying either we work together or we perish.
And the other one is about which we are going to do. Kindly share the contacts of the person from NACOSTI we can reach to. We have 2 desk officers. You will find their numbers on the website where the PC matters are. We are going to put that. They will be on standby anytime to be able to respond to your questions.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You'll allow me to.
Finally, there's somebody, just before you exit, I think there's somebody we are giving rights to be able to ask their questions.
I will be.
Yeah, no, there's somebody who has raised their hand. Yes? Yeah, so we allow, that is the Miruye, is that Miruye? J Miruye or somebody like that, please. Proceed, Miruye, to ask your question. Unmute and proceed, Miruye. Maria, are you there? We see your hand and we have given you an opportunity to field your question. We're asking you to unmute. Okay. I think we'll move on. It doesn't seem to be Moses. Okay. There's another one, Moses. Finally, maybe just that's the last one. Moses, please. And let us know your institution, Moses. Moses, you have the floor, please. Unmute. We can see your hand, unmute. Yeah, technology can be a problem. I think we'll move on.
Yeah, you can ask later. So allow me, Boniface, to exit. I'll be on and off. I'll join quietly and also listen as I did during the other days. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. So let's move on to the next presentation. Some of you have been asking about the program. We shared this at the beginning. I've tried to share it on the chat. I think it didn't come out so well, but we will be able to send you a package at the end of this training. But we went through today's program at the beginning. So those of you who joined early enough were able to see that, but nonetheless, we have also shared the same. So we want to go to the Yeah, I believe the participants, now you can be able to see the slide. And we want to look at the legal institutional framework, STI policies, as well as priorities. And just as a way of introduction, that the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, which we is acronymed NACOSTI, is established under the Science, Technology and Innovation Act of 2013. And as we said earlier, that has been revised, was revised in 2014. And NACOSTI is the lead agency, government agency on all matters relating to research, scientific and technological activities necessary for the appropriate development of the country. And the STI Act provides a framework for a coordinated approach to the management of knowledge-based economy to achieve the aspirations of Kenya Vision 2030, as well as compliance with the Constitution of Kenya 2010. As NACOSTI, we have a vision, which is a knowledge-based economy. And indeed, that is the vision for the country in general. We want to move this country to be a knowledge-based. And we have our mission, which is to facilitate quality in research, science, technology, and innovation sector through regulation, promotion, and provision of advisory services. Things that are very core and dear to us, the core values, customer focus. We want to assure you that as our customers, you are of great importance to us. Professionalism in the way we conduct our business, and you'll be able to demonstrate to you that we are really a professional organization. Teamwork, hallmark of our values, issues of integrity, and particularly research integrity, again, very dear to us. And then finally, issues of leadership. In terms of our mandate, is to regulate and assure quality in science, technology, and innovation sector, and also to advise government on matters related thereto. To undertake this, the STI Act outlines 17 functions, which can be summarized into 4. The Director General has mentioned this early, but I want just to put again this in context in relation to the 4 major groups under which our functions lie. So we have those functions that are regulatory in nature, others are advisory, others are coordination, and others are promotion. I want to give you just very specific aspects of the functions that relate to regulation, one of which is to accredit research institutes and approve all scientific research in Kenya. We also assure relevance and quality of science, technology, and innovation programs in institutions. Develop and enforce codes, guidelines, and regulations in accordance with the policy determined under the STI Act for governance, management, and maintenance of standards and quality in research systems. And of course, this morning, a broad definition of research systems was given, where we are talking about research, science, technology, and innovation. We undertake, or cause to be undertaken, regular inspections, monitoring, and evaluation of research institutions to ensure compliance with set standards and guidelines. In terms of the advisory, what do we do under advisory? We advise both national and county governments on science, technology, and innovation policy, including the general planning and assessment of the necessary financial resources. We also advise on science education and innovation at both basic and advanced level. Again, this was mentioned early in the morning, that our mandate begins at kindergarten all the way to university level. So you can see in terms of providing advice, we deal with almost every institution in this country. We advise the government on policies and any issues relating to scientific research systems, and then annually review progress in scientific research systems and submit a report of its findings and recommendations to the Cabinet Secretary. In terms of promotion and coordination, several things are done here. One, develop in consultation with stakeholders the priorities in scientific, technological, and innovation activities in Kenya in relation to the economic and social policies of government and the country's international commitments. Again, that was elaborated very well. Lead interagency effort to implement sound policies and budgets working in collaboration with county governments and organizations involved in science and technology and innovation within Kenya as well as outside the country. And then the third one is to coordinate, monitor, and evaluate as appropriate activities related to scientific research and technology development. And then finally, in terms of coordination, we ensure coordination and cooperation between the various agencies involved in science, technology, and innovation. Looking at that function, number 4 of coordination, you can see where this STI mainstreaming indicator is anchored, because we want to ensure that this coordination and collaboration, and that's why we have brought together various agencies that are involved in matters of science, technology, and innovation. And finally, with regard to promotion, we do many things again. One, liaising with the National Innovation Agency and the National Research Fund, 2 organizations that were mentioned earlier, again established under the Science, Technology, and Innovation. So why do we do that? We want to ensure funding and implementation of prioritized research programs. And again, in consultation with the National Research Fund trustees, sponsor national scientific and academic conferences it considers appropriate. Promote increased awareness, knowledge, and information on research system. And then number 4, promote and encourage private sector involvement in scientific research and innovation development. Then finally, under promotion, we promote the adoption and application of scientific and technological knowledge and information necessary in the attainment of national development goals. As we move on with this presentation, we'll be able to see in context, what are we doing and what have we done with respect to these functions? In summary, these are the services that we offer. 1, licensing of research. Many of you are aware that we do that. And just again to mention here that this is fully automated process, right from the applicant up to the time you receive your license, the process is automated. So you apply online, questions may be raised online, you may respond to those questions again online, and finally we approve online and we give you a certificate online. We do registration of research institutions. Again, it's a process that is ongoing, and as we speak, we have 23 registered research institutions. Again, you can see that on our website. 8 are still awaiting the endorsement by the cabinet sector responsible for matters of science and technology. Accrediting research institutions and programs, again, ongoing. Accreditation of institutional scientific and ethics review committees. Again, this is an ongoing, and as we speak, we have about 32 institutions that you'll see on our website. Again, I'll be mentioning that it is important. If you check on our website, you might find 32, maybe tomorrow you'll find 34. The day after, you could find 28. The reason for that is, again, very clear, that as part of quality assurance and assurance of compliance, if an institution fails to comply with the regulations, we drop it. And when it complies, we put it back. That is the reason why you may find those fluctuations. Inspection of research institutions, we do that, again, to ensure, again, there is compliance. Monitoring and evaluation of licensed research institutions, programs, as well as institutional ethics review committee. We do, again, issues of M&E in all those areas. We may not be able to license all the researchers, but we sample or look at the ones that are high risk, and we are able to undertake monitoring. When it comes to institutional ethics review committee, again, here we want to ensure that there is high level of compliance, because these are committees that clear researches with respect to ethical matters, and ethical issues now globally are extremely becoming important, because you know the value of research. that research is able to make, by research findings, we make decisions, even on medicine and all other related aspects. Finally, issues of capacity building. And I want to say that this is not capacity building in the broader sense. It is capacity building that we do to ensure that institutions are well equipped, particularly with matters of research ethics. We have developed a curriculum, and through that curriculum, we build capacity of the 34 institutional ethics review committees to ensure that each one of them at a level that when it approves a research protocol, the same would happen if that same protocol was taken to the next institutional ethics review committee. So we did that specifically to address the issues of quality that relates to research ethics. And then taking again cognizance of the fact that researchers have been found to be communicating effectively among themselves, but that does not trickle to the general populace, to the policymakers, to the Wanjikos and so on. Again, this was emphasized in the morning by the Director General. We realized that there is a gap there. And because of that gap, what we do is that we run programs to try and assist scientists to be able to be effective communicators, particularly with the general populace, as well as communicating to the Wanjikos. Because more often than not, that research is intended for policy, or the research may be intended to trickle down so that we can be able to get products out of that that can be able to reach a common person. So that is why we undertake that very specific aspect of capacity building, not in the broader sense. And finally, there is capacity building of MDS to be able to undertake STI mainstreaming. Again, this is very, very deliberate. And one of these sensitization programs that we are offering is towards achievement of that service number 8. We look forward in future to having very close collaboration with the MDS just to build their capacity in many aspects of research reporting. There are issues of IP, intellectual property, that again are very important for us to expose to the MDS. So we'll be running programs to be able to do that and to see how can we take science to the next level. That is how we are structured. We are governed by a board of directors, 9 of them. And under that, we have a director general. Then at the institutional level, we are structured into 3 directorates, each headed by a director. We have the Directorate of Corporate Services that deals with issues of resources as well as human resource, financial and human resource. The Directorate of Research, Accreditation and Quality Assurance, ensuring that matters of research quality is ensured both at individual levels, individual proposals, as well as at the institutional level. And finally, we have the Directorate of Scheduled Sciences, where all the different scientists in different backgrounds are domiciled. When you look at our Act, it provides for 6 scheduled sciences, or has grouped all the science fields into 6 of them. And that's why we are talking about scheduled sciences. Now, focusing on the legal and institutional framework. That slide gives you the summary of how that is done. At the highest level, of course, is the Constitution of Kenya 2010. And again, to mention that before this Constitution 2010, the former Constitution was not very elaborate on matters of science and technology. But the 2010 Constitution is very clear. It put science and technology within that Constitution. And to be able to implement those sections of the Constitution with regard to science and technology, so the Science, Technology and Innovation Act of 2013 was actually enacted. And again, to be able to implement certain sections of the science and technology, we have regulations, and these regulations are, we have regulations that were gazetted as legal notice number 106, another one, 107, and 108. I want to a little bit expound on that, so that just looking at the Act under Section 45, the Act states that the Cabinet Secretary may make regulations for better carrying out of the provisions of this Act. And consequently, based on that provision of the Act, the Cabinet Secretary has made the following 3 STI regulations, and that was done in 2014. The first one, which is STI, registration and accreditation of research institutions, that is regulations of 2014, that was under legal notice number 106. Then the STI relevance and quality assurance regulations 2014 under legal notice number 107. And then the last one is STI research licenses regulations of 2014. Again, that tries to expound on how we do research licensing. These are very important pieces of legislations, again, that you can find on our website. You can also download them, and because they are very important when it comes to matters of science and technology. Again, just to mention that Section 27 of the Act provides for setting up of committees or affiliations with the research institutions or such other bodies as it may deem appropriate for better carrying out of its functions under this Act. And again, based on these provisions, NACOSTI has established a National Bioethics Committee, which provides advisory for the establishment of Institutional Ethics Review Committee, or IARCs, which again were mentioned by the Director General earlier on. And we are saying that this committee is going to be expanded to provide an oversight for establishment of Institutional Scientific and Ethics Review Committee as per the provisions of legal notice number 107 that addresses matters of research quality. That slide, again, I'll not spend time on it because the DG has done very well in terms of telling us a little bit more on those international collaborations. And the essence of doing that, again, is just to let you know that we are focal points of certain international organizations that require that we ensure that Kenyans are able to benefit, because as we become member states, then there are benefits that are associated with that. Highlight a few of other pieces of legislations in one way or another that touch on matters of science and technology. Again, the Science, Technology, and Innovation Act acknowledges the fact that there are other pieces of legislations, and they are deliberately mentioned in that act. These include, one, the Industrial Property Act. Of course, this one is important because it established the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, or KIPI if you like, on matters of intellectual property. There is another one, the Seed and Plant Varieties Act, Cap 326, again of the laws of Kenya. This one confers power to regulate transactions in seeds, including provisions for testing and certification of seeds. It also provides establishment of an index of names of plant varieties, also to empower the imposition of restrictions on the introduction of new varieties. So that act, again, is very important because those of you who are involved in research that deals with plant and seeds and plant, again, may make reference to that. I want to mention again here that there are times when we want to bring in seeds. There are times when we want to export seeds. Again, this particular act is important. We have the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act of 2013, again revised in 2016. Again, if you are doing research in a protected area, then you may need to seek another license from the Kenya Wildlife Service to be able to allow you to be able to do research in those protected areas. The next legislation is the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service Act of 2011. Again, this establishes the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service as a regulatory body for protection of plants, seeds, and plant varieties, as well as the agricultural produce. Again, when you are dealing with plants that require export or to be imported, then clearance will have to be sought from KEFIS, which is established under that act. Of course, the other one that is well known to us is the Environmental Management Act of 1999. We also have the Universities Act. More recently, we have the Data Protection Act of 2019. I'm deliberately mentioning this because in research and science technology, we are generating a lot of data. And how to handle that data, again, that act has given some light on how we need to be able to handle that data. And it's important for us to be familiar with the data. Other laws, Health Laws Amendment Act of 2019, again, it makes amendments to the health-related laws, which again are very important for us that we may need to look at. We also have the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Organization Act of 2013, which provides for the establishment and functions of the Kenya Agricultural Research and Livestock Organizations. And again, you know what that does. Section 12, subsection 1 of the Act, the Director General spent quite a bit of time on this. And what I just want to reemphasize what he said was the fact that the law says that nobody shall undertake research in Kenya without obtaining research license. I know a number of us may be listening here this morning, or you know a friend or a colleague who has done research without obtaining a research license. What that means is that they have broken the provisions of the Science, Technology and Innovation Act, and particularly Section 12, subsection 1. And of course, as the director mentioned in the morning, when you break this law, the law also provides penalties. And I want to bring to your attention that when you look at under Section 15, it provides for penalties for people who break this part of law. And part of the penalties include a fine of about 5 million Kenya shillings and jail term of about 4 years. Of course, some people may look at that and say, okay, and I know there are a few Kenyans in this country where 5 million may be pocket change, and therefore they will not be shaken by this. But I know the majority of Kenyans, of course, 5 million Kenya shillings is a lot of money. But the worst part of it is that, and for us, if we have a good judge presiding over that such a case, when they make a combination of the fine and the jail term, then we say that is a good judge. But what I want to emphasize here, ladies and gentlemen, is that as NACOSTI, we don't take pleasure in matters of litigation. We want researchers to be people who can obey law and be able to carry out the activities within law. This law is there just to protect, but we hope that we can be able to obey. I am emphasizing this because some of you have even called me and have said, but we've seen people doing this and that. But we say that, okay, stealing is not allowed. Corruption is not allowed. But what happens? People still continue to be corrupt. But the day you are caught, then that is when you begin to understand what it means breaking the law. And we would like all of us to be compliant and to do things according to what the law expects us. As we issue licenses, Section 13, subsection 1, again is made reference to, because it says the Commission shall, upon receipt of an application under Section 12, evaluate the application, and if satisfied that the conduct of research is beneficial to the country and that the research shall not adversely affect any aspect of nature, environment, or security of the country, issue the applicant with a license in a prescribed form. And as I said earlier, the application is fully automated. And when it comes to us, we are able to subject it to see whether it meets those requirements. Of course, 12 subsection 5 elaborates on what that section 13 says. But they are saying, notwithstanding the provisions of subsection 1, no license shall be granted for research involving activities which, 1, may adversely affect the culture of the people of Kenya, B, may adversely affect the environment, C, may result in the exploitation of intellectual property rights of communities to their traditional knowledge, and D, may, in the view of the Commission, adversely affect the lives of Kenyans. That section C, just to give you an illustration of what it means that the law is there to protect intellectual properties rights, not just of the researchers, but as well as of those of the communities, including their traditional knowledge. So issues of traditional medicine, which we are well aware of, issues of certain properties that belong to the communities are also protected by the Act. And some of you may be aware of the case of Lake Bogoria. And if you've been there, Lake Bogoria has hot springs that you put there an egg, and within 5 minutes, you'll find your egg ready and you can be able to eat it. So it has water that boils at 100 degrees Celsius. But we also have certain microorganisms that are were found to be able to survive at that particular temperature. And therefore, there was a research involving some Kenyan professors together with some professors from some other universities in Europe. And during that research, when they realized that, they were able to isolate some of those microorganisms, and today it has become a multi-billion industry in Europe. Unfortunately, our professors who were involved, they did not look at the document which they had for collaboration, because ideally, their intellectual property rights should have been captured within that document. Unfortunately, they were presented with two things. There is something called money on one hand, and then the box on the other hand. So they chose the money and did not look at what was inside the box. And therefore, consequently, what was inside the box was much greater because it addressed issues of IP, which they didn't see. So at the end of it, they have ended up not benefiting from this. Again, unfortunately, or fortunately, the communities have had this information. And recently they walked into our offices and they were asking why NACOSTI licensed that research, where certain microorganisms, which they look at them as their heritage, were taken out without their knowledge, and now they are not even benefiting from the multi-billion industry. So we said, wait a minute. So we went into our archives, tried to see if we licensed that research. Unfortunately, that research was not licensed by NACOSTI. Just the way I have said that people may do research without getting a license. That is what we call stealing. So they actually stole and went ahead to do what they did. So why am I emphasizing this? I want to bring this to attention of you as researchers or as organizations coming from organizations that are involved in one way or another with research or science, matters of science and technology, that it is important for us to apply law and ensure that we do not allow people to exploit our IP rights, including the rights of those communities. So in summary, that is how the research authorization process proceeds. First, we have the proposal development, and that is done by the researcher. Then secondly, we expect that that proposal should be subjected to scientific and Ethical Review Committee, where science must be right, ethics must be looked for, and it must also be right. Thereafter, the proposal is sent to NACOSTI for a grant of license. If it is granted, after meeting those other requirements which I mentioned earlier, then there may be other research regulations that could be. One of it would be if it is about plants and seeds varieties, and particularly when it comes to the issues of export, then Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service will have to issue a permit, an export permit. The others that may be subjected to NEMA regulations, the others that could be subjected to Kenya Wildlife Service regulations. If it is a clinical trial, then it must go through Pharmacy and Poisons Board. If it is animal genetic material, again, we get the Director of Veterinary Service also comes in. After that, of course, clearance, then you move to the next stage, which is the field. The researcher will implement that. Then that proposal may be subjected to monitoring and evaluation. When you look at the diagram there, we have put Institutional Ethics Review Committee / NACOSTI. So those are the organs that will undertake M&E of that research. Of course, right now, we are doing about 6,000 research licenses annually. We cannot by any means be able to monitor all of them, but some, of course, will be monitored based on the risky levels and other criteria that is put in place. Again, we expect the Institutional Ethics Review Committees in one way or another to sample. Of course, they also cannot monitor all of them, sample what they would call high risk researches, and then be able also to ensure that they are monitored. After that, of course, we need to see the research dissemination, and that needs to be captured again in the proposal. And then finally, a copy of that, or if it's a thesis or whatever it is deposited within NACOSTI. And of course, we shall be automating all these things so that in future, you can be able to have a database of all this, and you can be able to tell which research has been done, where, and by who. That is where we are actually moving on. Let me mention a few policies that have been developed, and some of them are under development for you to take note. These are important because they may be useful when you are dealing with the development of STI strategy for your institution. One is the STI policy and its implementation framework, again, very important. Space science, and I know there is a team from Space Science Agency. They were here yesterday. And again, I think they wanted more of their members, again, to listen to this discussion. Again, I know they have joined in because we have given them links to do that. That policy is the one that established this space science policy agents. We have nanotechnology leading us to Nanotechnology Institute. Again, that's under development. National Research and Development Policy, again, that is under development. Strategy for Physical Science Research Laboratory, finalized, and this now is being implemented in the way of putting up a national physical science research laboratory. This is going to take place in Technopolis. Then finally, the national research priorities, again, 2018-2022, that's being developed, and part of it is what you are going to do in the next presentations. Just want to give you a broad definition. A bit of this was covered by the Director General, but I want to lay some foundations here by just putting to you the definition of a scientific research. Many times, the public have not understood or misunderstand when we talk about scientific research. What comes into their mind is about the traditional pure sciences or hard sciences as we know them. But here, Scientific research refers to any investigation or research or inquiry or interview that aims to collect data or information, academic or non-academic, in areas of humanities or pure sciences or engineering or technology, or for the purpose of marketing, survey, or opinion polls that will lead to new knowledge or information. You'll find that definition from the legal notice number 106. And research, as we know, is a major tool for generating new knowledge and turning it into new products and services. Again, it is crucial for the advancement of national socioeconomic growth and humanity. I wanted to put that into perspective so that you can be able to see that demystify the idea that scientific research is about pure sciences or hard sciences. It is quite broad: social science, engineering, technology, marketing research, or even the opinion polls that we know of. And as we move towards the next election, you'll see many of these coming in. Again, all that is research, and that is the kind of research that we're talking about that needs to be licensed, so that we get to understand exactly what it is. In fact, you'll realize that out of the 6,000 licenses that we are issuing now on annual basis, maybe 70% of them are social and human sciences related. As we move towards the end of this presentation, again, I just want to tell you that through stakeholder engagement, again, NACOSTI developed that document we are calling National Research Priorities, and it focuses on the Big Four agenda for the period 2018-2022. And again, as it was alluded to you earlier by the Director General, all MDAs or institutions that in one way or another are implementing what we call government agenda for the period 2018-2022. That is how, again, research that would support the government agenda for 2018-2022 focuses on research under food and nutritional security, affordable housing, manufacturing, universal healthcare coverage, as well as academic research and development that goes on in the universities and other academic institutions. So you can see what that means. And of course, when you look at legal notice number 106, which deals with relevance and quality assurance, it defines a research that is relevant as that research that addresses, one, the institutional mandate, and two, government priority. Now, in government priority could be a government document, or it could be a research priority that falls within the 2018-2022. And soon, because this document is coming to an end in 2022, so in 2022-2023, we'll need to have another research priority document so that we know how research is going to be directed. We look forward to a day when even the donors, when they want to come and work to us, they will work with us within the framework of our national research priority. At the moment, we know they come, and sometimes they may come with their own research agenda. And we may find ourselves implementing the agenda of, say, our donors. But we're looking forward to having systems in place so that whenever they approach an institution, then the first thing that the institution should be able to indicate that, yes, thank you for coming, thank you for your money, but this is where we are focusing. We can work and collaborate with you in this direction. That is the essence of that. And of course, just to mention that the overall goal of this national research priorities is to increase productivity, achieve sustainable economic growth, create employment, and promote equity and improve national well-being. And of course, the DJ has spent quite a bit of time to show you the implementation framework of that document. I want to conclude by saying this. Thus, NACOSTI end with this STI mainstreaming indicator. We are here to build capacity for MDAs. not just to give us data, but to give us credible data. The importance of science, technology, and innovation were well articulated by the Director General. I do not want to belabor on that again. You saw that, and some of you are aware. And we are saying if we must move, or we'll have to move from where we are as a country to what we call the BRICS, those countries that have attained development status in the recent times, the Brazils, the China, and so on, the BRICS as we speak. The only way that we can do is that we need to anchor science and technology at the heart of our development agenda. And we cannot do that if we do not have credible information, credible data, and having everybody on board. And hence the idea of mainstreaming, making it at the core business of government, departments, and agencies in their work. So we want to work with you to build your capacity to be able to provide data that is credible. And out of that, we want to use it to advise government in terms of resource requirements, human resource, financial resources, infrastructure, and things that relate to that. That at the end of it, we can be able to have decisions that are made by government with and supported by data. I want to stop there and to thank you again for your participation and listening to us. Just to mention again that we are available to you at all times, and I said earlier that we are having numbers that are going to be dedicated where you can raise your questions, where you can ask, and we'll be able to assist you as need be. I conclude by seeing if there are any questions, again, that have not been answered from our Q&A. Which are the questions? So where do we start? Okay. Yes, the first one here that are from Fantas Kamweru. He says, of course, it's from Kenya. I wish you have indicated your institution there. It's written on Kenya. Fantas Kamweru, Kenya. From? Okay. So he says that kindly clarify if a license is required to carry out baseline studies, e.g. renewable energy technologies in Kenya, renewable energy standards in Kenya, among others. Now, baseline studies, I gave a broad definition of what research is all about, and research has a methodology. Generally, scientific research has a methodology. If it falls in the methodology of 1, you have an issue. 2, you look at what is happening. 3, how do you solve it? You go out to collect data. Once you collect that data, you analyze the data. And through that analysis, you are able to make inferences and decisions. And therefore, you may even end up with new knowledge. If that is what happens, I want to tell you the answer is yes. Then you need to be licensed for that kind of research. Then the next one is is the license required by those doing research as employees of registered research institutions? For example, staff of KEMRI, which is registered as a research institution, will they need to license every research they conduct for and at KEMRI? Now, again, to go back to what the DG said in the morning, licensing is for individuals, okay? It's for individuals, and that's why the law says any person undertaking or intending to undertake research, blah, blah, blah. That's how it goes. Now, we license KEMRI to do medical research. If KEMRI is doing research related to their core business within their laboratories, they do not require the license. What they'll do is to report on that license which they are doing within their labs. But should they go beyond what within their, their labs, they are going outside to interact with the third party? Yes, they require. Secondly, I want to demystify this. We have had situations where researchers say, you know what, I work with this institution and this institution has been licensed, so I can go out there and collect research. The answer is no. That is not an institutional research, that is your individual research. And therefore, you, as you do that, you will have to be licensed. And of course, I hope that if this person maybe is not from Kemri, if he is, then what I want to just tell him that there are situations where you are a researcher in a registered research institution, but you are doing research either for yourself or for your other outside your organizations, then you must do that. But if it is really within your laboratories, within your research institutions, you do it. But at the end, because that is one of the conditions for registered research institutions, they must give that kind of profile. Then NACOSTI once in a while will visit you and to be able to see whether you are complying with that, okay, for the purpose of compliance. So I hope that answers you that licensing is done for individuals, and those individuals, when they are doing that, they must seek a license to be able to do that. Any other? Is the STI policy available on the website? It's not available on the website. We finished it from our end. It's awaiting cabinet approval. So once that is done, then we'll be able to put it on our website. However, the draft one, which is being used and has been used by government, is available. We can be able to share that with you if you require. No person shall undertake research without a license. Does it also apply to a student undertaking their studies? I don't know whether the studies here mean research, but if it is studies in their classrooms, no. But if studies means research, then the issue is yes. A research leading to either is a project leading to qualifications for an academic achievement or master's or PhD, then they must get a license. The next one, please share with us this presentation in writing, upload it on your website. Yes, we have already said that we are going to do that. I think that question has come in many times, that we'll share with you all these presentations that we are making today. Let's have all the presentation material for the 2 days. What's that mean, 2 days? For today. I don't know, because this training that has run from Monday to Friday is the same one. The presentations are the same. The only difference is that the participants are different. Instead of having all those participants in one meeting, we thought, because to allow more interaction and so on, we divided them into several groups, but the training and the material are the same, so that if you ask your questions, we can also be able to address them as institutions that have a similar mandate. I appreciate the research priority agenda. Does this mean that our target in the PC under STI must be aligned to research priority agenda? That is Moses Owino from Kenya. The answer is yes, because when you look at the national research agenda, as I mentioned it earlier, it mirrors closely to the government agenda for the same period. It also mirrors what is in MTP3 for the second period, for the third, for that same period. And therefore, it would be interesting that you as an organization, you are doing things that are outside. One, government priority, which again is the Big Four agenda. That same Big Four agenda is expounded within the MTP3. The National Research Priorities agenda, again, they mirror that, but in this case, it is about research. So I would find it interesting if what you're doing is outside that. So obviously what you are saying, it must be within the National Research Priorities agenda. Any other which has not been answered by our colleagues? There's somebody with a hand. Is it still the same one? maybe take one more and then we stop so that we can have a short break. Then after break, we are going to have now to bring into focus the rationale of the STI mainstreaming indicator, so that we go through it and see how we understand it. The last question that I want to respond is that can an organization or institute use its own priorities as well? Yeah, so that again brings into the focus. What is the priorities of that organization for this period? And if the priorities are outside what government is doing, then I don't know. I'm not sure that I would say yes on that. Because remember, I also gave you a definition of research, which again, you can find that in the legal notice number 106 and also number 107. No, it's 107 that deals about relevance. Okay, you must tie the relevance, one, to the institutional mandate as well as relevance with respect to the national priority. So if relevance is only for the institution and it's not national, then yes, you are doing good research, but as far as the country is concerned for that period, then that is not, that's not relevant. Would we have one final one from outside engagement, because it's now 11:10. Would like to, this is Morris, Real, Morris, you have been given the rights, please. Would you want to speak? Just unmute. Okay. Oh, he has lowered his hand, so maybe he has been answered. Thank you very much. I would like to stop there so that we can have some few minutes break. Let's be back at 20 past 11, so 10 minutes break. 11:20, we'll be back. Join in. We are going now to look at the rationale of the STI mainstreaming indicator. I think we are going to expound on that. So it's a session that you cannot afford to miss. Otherwise, thank you very much for listening, and we'll still be online to be able to respond to your questions. Asanteni sana.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This presentation, I'll be taking you through the rationale and overview of science technology streaming as a PC indicator. As the PC indicator. And it's my hope that we'll be able to cover and exhaustively cover the objective, which ideally is to ensure that you understand and you are able to internalize the expectations as per this year performance contract, as per this year PC guidelines. Thank you. Thank you. So my name is Javan Mwiti from Multimedia University. I'll be a resource person to take you through this session of establishing the purpose and reason as to why we're implementing this performance indicator. STI mainstreaming, as I've said, for MDAs for the year 2021-2022. Background information, I think the two previous presenters have given you a very clear related information as to why we have this indicator for the year 2021-2022. But basically and in brief, this indicator, of course, is treated as an indicator for the specialized agency, which is NACOSTI. And of course, as you know, there are many other indicators under specialized agency. And it was integrated in this year performance contract through a sector review meeting that was held in Embu sometimes this year in May, where I happened to participate and to be chair of the committee that was deliberating on all indicators, new indicators under specialized agency and lead agency that were to be considered for the year 2021-2022 performance contracting guidelines. And indeed, this indicator was brought on board for the many reasons that have already been indicated by the two previous presenters. Basically, the information has been given as to the background, how it has been throughout the performance contracting cycle, and maybe I wish to bring to attention that before science, technology, and innovation that we're implementing now as a PC indicator, we used to have R&D, research and development, and our core mandate. But this time around now, it has been expanded. I mean, the scope has been the scope has been increased to ensure that matter, science, technology, and innovation are given the necessary priority, and that has been clearly captured within the 18th cycle of performance contracting guidelines by the Ministry of Public Service. What is the role of specialized agency, and in this case, NACOSTI? NACOSTI is supposed to develop relevant performance indicators and sub-indicators for you as MDA, receive, analyze feedback on the indicator, and give you feedback within 15 days. And also you are supposed to submit within 15 days after the end of the quarter or the end of the financial year, providing technical support for MDAs in implementation of the relevant performance indicators, and assess the annual performance for MDAs, and of course, submit complete list of the scores. So at the end of the year, you'll be evaluated, and those scores will be shared between the performance contracting management unit and of course, the MDA itself. So basically, that is the summary and the role of NACOSTI as a specialized agency. Why STI? The Director General has clearly given us the reasons, the fundamental reasons why the STI is very critical. And of course, it touches on the national security, socio-economic development of the country, the blueprint for the country. If you look at the main blueprint for this country in terms of development, socio-economic development, that is basically within the Big Four agenda, Vision 2030, and the various guiding documents that the government is using to ensure that actualization of the set plans are achieved, then of course, science, technology, and innovation is very, very critical, and it has been given that importance. STI in relation to your mandate as an MDA, basically, again, when you look at the performance contracting guidelines for this year, this indicator within the matrix is within our various, is indicated within our various, is supposed to be reflected within our core mandates as MDAs. And that, of course, shows you the importance of having this as a PC indicator. As I said again, STI is a key driver of social development, economic development of the country, and means by which implementation of national agenda as a country. And this is clearly captured by what the Director General has indicated in terms of the Big Four agenda, MTP3, Vision 2030, and all that. Basically, those are the key documents that are developed or that are supposed to be implemented to ensure that we attain that aspiration as stated in Vision 2030. Foundations for national transformation, this again has been clearly articulated by the Director General, whereby, of course, the reasons as to why we have the MPT3, the Big Four agenda, alignment. Most of UMDs within the span of the last 2 years, we have been walking the journey of aligning our various strategic plans and our various work plans and other planning instruments within our respective organizations to align them with the aspirations of the Big Four agenda and the MTP3. So basically, the reason is simply to give the importance that is accorded to science, technology, and innovation, and of course, to move together as a country. And of course, we look at the MTP3, it clearly indicates the importance and the reason as to why we need to implement or we need to ensure that science, technology, and innovation is mainstreamed and goes beyond the research and development that we have been undertaking mostly as either research institutions, as universities, and all that. So basically, that is the main reason. For you to be able to implement this, basically, as I said, the indicator is under our core mandate. And of course, if you look at the core mandate, it takes the bigger score of the PC, and it takes bigger score in terms of implementing your internal performance, your internal strategic plans and other planning documents. What are the main requirements? Now, for you to be able to implement this, this indicator, if you look at the notes within the performance contracting guidelines for this year, the first person you need to have in place, or the first structure you need to establish is to have a focal person and a champion. And the reason simply is to ensure effective implementation of this performance indicator. The two persons, that is the focal person and the champions, work in the same way where we have been having for other specialized sciences indicator, the steering committees. Basically is to ensure that at their level, they ensure that matter, science, technology, and innovation are mainstream. So the guidelines require that these two persons needs to be appointed, and I'm happy. Most of you that we're engaging today, you are either a focal person or a champion, and it's my belief you have been substantively appointed to those positions. So for the focal person, I don't know whether you can see well. Yes, for the focal person, what are the roles of the focal person? I know most of you have been struggling with this. Let me say whatever I'm sharing here has already been uploaded in the website, in NACOSTI website. If you go to the NACOSTI website, you'll be able to find what are the roles and what are the roles of the focal person and the champion. But in summary, the focal person needs to ensure overall coordination of the PC indicator, that it is mainstreamed within your institution, provide support for various levels, plan and ensure sensitization and capacity building. These are critical, basically critical activities that you need to ensure that they happen within the organization. One, you coordinate, ensure you offer support, and you build capacity. Today, we are building your capacity. And of course, as many of you have been asking within the chat, the slides will be shared. So basically with this information, you are supposed to ensure you cascade it downwards in your organization, and others are able to benefit from the same, so that you can effectively be able to implement this target. So those are the main roles. There are another role that is very, very, very important to the focal person is to coordinate and develop the implementation of STI strategy. There will be a presentation immediately after this that will basically elaborate more on how to develop the strategy and basically what you need. But maybe on the same, I may add that there is a template. There is a very clear tool and a template that is also already uploaded in the website of NACOST that will help you to know how to develop your strategy. How do you come up with a strategy? It's very guiding, and all the information you need have been provided there. Establish and implement monitoring and evaluation mechanism. This is critical, of course, to ensure there is successful implementation. And our advice is that you don't need to reinvent a wheel here. You can look closely with the offices or the department or directorate that have been implementing performance contracting in your various institutions. They already have a system that is working. You can decide to benefit on that system, or you can basically ensure. The point here is to ensure effectiveness and efficiency in implementation. Have a way to ensure that you're able to monitor what is being evaluated, what is being implemented, and of course, the output that are emerging from those mechanisms. Promote collaboration and partnership. When you'll be looking at the template that you've been given to actualize these activities, you realize there are some activities that you need to have either collaboration or partnership or networking with other related stakeholders for you to be able to actualize this activity. So basically, within your own organization, within or even outside the organization, then of course you're expected to be able to establish collaboration or partnership or ensure that the identified activities are implemented. Promote science, technology, and innovation in the business processes of the institution. Ensure within all your entire processes, with the various process owners, they are able to understand, they are able to implement STI or science, technology, and innovation activities that have been identified for this year. Ensure both quarterly and annual PC reports on STI mainstreaming are submitted as per PC guidelines. Someone was asking a question between the relationship between this indicator and the government performance contracting integrated system. Of course, this time around and from the year 2021-2022, the timings in terms of submission are keenly monitored by that government system and the performance contracting unit. And of course, compliance to those timelines in terms of report submission will be very critical. Otherwise, during the overall evaluation, you may, the formula, the formula that is normally used to calculate the overall score, then if you submit late or you didn't comply with the requirement, then of course you'll be you'll be penalized at that particular time. So the point here, ensure that quarterly reports and annual report are submitted as per the guidelines and as per other performance contracting reports that are submitted. Again, here, work closely, look at what happens with the Office of Performance Contracting in your various places, or what the coordinators in performance contracting have been doing so that you can benefit from the same, you can benefit from what is already established as a mechanism to ensure efficient and timely submission of reports. What is the requirement for you to be a focal person? You should, of course, be you should be in either top or middle level management. And the simple reason is that you should be able to make the agenda move across the institution. You should be able to be at a point whereby, of course, you can demand accountability from the people below rank and ensure that what needs to be done is done. Of course, another importance of being a top and middle level management is because this is where key decisions are being made, mostly budgetary allocation. Matters that touch on budgetary allocation, matters that touch on allocation of finance or funds to ensure actualization of various activities. So someone should be at this level so that you are able to influence that, so that you're able to bring the importance of science, technology, and innovation at that level. Of course, you should also be conversant and maybe either currently dealing, overseeing, or implementing issues of research, science, technology, and innovation in your respective institution. You should be someone already, of course, who is at a level to understand what happens within your organization on matters research, science, technology, and innovation. So basically, I know, of course, most of you have already been appointed to this position. That is the minimum requirement that is expected. Of course, I know at this level, your institutions have always been appointing persons in positions of focal person or chairpersons of steering committees, and this is not new to many of the organizations. The next person we want to look at that the guidelines talk about is on champion or on champions. You may decide whether you have one champion or champions. It's all dependent on the size and the unique need of your organization. Some organizations will have one champion, others may decide to have 2 or 3, but purely it depends on the level of organization, what is the scope of the work to be done, and how complex is it in terms of operation. So this is an internal decision you make as an organization, and the appointing authority will consider the size and the unique needs of the organization, and then we'll decide whether you need one champion, 2 or more, to actualize or to ensure that these activities are undertaken. Role number 1 is to ensure day-to-day implementation as a champion, and I know most of our organizations have been having champions for other related thematic areas within our institution. So basically, is to ensure day-to-day implementation of this indicator within your respective area, facilitating cascading the STI indicator. Of course, it will be very important and a big role for you to ensure that this indicator is mainstreamed and more so cascaded within the entire within your respective area, or it cut across within the organization. So facilitate that cascading. And here, of course, you are working with the focal person on top to ensure this is done. Prepare and forward quarterly reports on implementation to the focal person. Of course, your output here becomes an input for the focal person to be able to prepare the wider global organizational report, if it's quarterly reports or the annual reports. Providing timely information required in the evaluation of implementation of this indicator specifically. Of course, we need information, and this information must be very credible, because again, as we said, it's an output that forms the basis of the next input for the next process. So you need to get it well to ensure that as your device moving forward, then of course you are giving the right information that can be used to attain the intended purpose. And of course, you know, the intended purpose is to ensure proper mainstreaming of science, technology, and innovation. And of course, also you should be able to establish any gaps that are in the process of implementation. If there are any gaps, you need to establish them, and of course, develop the various corrective actions, mitigation plans, and all that to address them so that you stop them. You stop the root cause of those gaps, and of course, you'll be able to move forward smoothly and ensure if it is first quarter, then gaps in first quarter becomes an input when they are addressed in terms of solution to the next quarter, which will be the second quarter, so that we improve in the second quarter, basically. Ensure STI capacity building, as we are doing it to you today, and as I say, these lines will be shared. Of course, we ensure that people below you or staff below you, they have the necessary ability to implement the activities. Promote STI commitment and provide necessary support. These two are very critical because, again, you need to ensure that they are part and parcel of your business processes, and the various process owners needs to be supported. So it is your responsibility to ensure that that support is given. In case you feel you need more sensitization, more capacity on the same, this you can directly request from NACOSTI through the website. There are contacts that are there, and then you'll be assisted based with the need that your organization will have. What is the consideration, the key consideration for you to be considered as a champion? As I said again, we are not reinventing a wheel. Most of our organizations have always identified the champions in many other ways. And I remember lastly, like sometime last year, we identified some champions in the key area of innovation. Most of organizations in research did that. And basically, the consideration is that you should be conversant with matters research, science, technology, and innovation. You should be passionate and committed. And a key one on it is to transform and lobby others to implement and believe on this common shared goal. And the goal here is about science, technology, and innovation. I know your organizations are very clear. They know who should be a champion for what. When you are revising your strategic plans or developing, we normally identify champions. Many key processes within our organization, depending with the matter at hand, there are always individuals that are appointed. And one of consideration is they are very conversant, they are able to transform others, they are able to lobby others, they are able to pass that information to others so that overall the goal of what was intended is achieved. Let's briefly look at the scope. And this is where I've seen some questions. I hope we'll be able to answer many of those questions directly by this presentation. What is the scope? The scope of this indicator is for all public institutions with a component of research, science, technology, and innovation. A keen look on our performance, even on our core mandate, even before, when you used to have science, technology, and innovation, you'd always see a certain component of research, science, technology, and innovation. And I'm happy most of the organizations you're dealing with today, they have certain, either research is their core mandate or they have a component on the same. So these include research institutions, universities, university colleges, as well as their regulating agency. Whenever there is a component of research, just look at your processes. Of course, you know, research ideally is one of the critical aspects. Like, for example, if you talk of universities, you cannot be able to teach if you don't undertake research. So research is critical. It informs. It will basically inform. It will be one of the serious output that informs input of many, many other processes. Technical and vocational education and training, tertiary institutions, that is TVET, focused on research, science, technology. As you know, the government currently has put a lot of focus in this area or in these institutions. So basically, there are those equipment. They have a lot of equipment to undertake research. There is a lot of capacity building around them to be able to mainstream matter, science, technology, and innovation. All public institutions, as I said again, with a component of research, science, and technology. These include MDAs involved in National Research Priority Framework. This was articulated very clearly by the first two presenters who came earlier, and they have clearly indicated how this happens. MDAs with distinct research and technology. Basically, what we are saying, either you have a distinct research mandate, or basically you're involved in national research priority. All those ones are part and parcel of the scope to implement the 2021-2022 performance contracting indicator. Now we come to the real business of the day. What are the activities that have been articulated by 2021-2022 performance contracting guidelines? Number one is you're supposed to develop STI strategy using the template provided. And here we have a score of 30. This value of 30% is basically distributed within the templates that you'll be using to do that. And how you develop the strategy, as I said, will be covered in the next presentation. How you distribute 30 also be covered in another presentation immediately after the presentation on STI strategy. And basically, maybe to note, the template, the developed template to help you do this has been provided in the website, the NACOSTI website. If you go to the website, you'll find that. Number two, also, before I forget, the roles of focal person and then champions, what they are supposed to do, those roles that I've talked about, they are also in the website. Please look at the website, you'll find those roles, so that if you need, you can customize accordingly for the letters of appointment of both focal person and champion. So that has been taken care of. Implement STI strategy by actioning the following interventions. These are the interventions that you need to do. Intervention number one is document research programs, project, and funding sources. This, as I said again, there is a template, there is a clear template on how you document these research programs. You have an opportunity, you are very much guided here. You have the opportunity to choose exactly what to do. And again, it will be presented in the next presentation that will be looking at the reporting format or the reporting tool, basically the template that you need for you to be able to report and how you do the same. Ensure annual budgetary allocation for research and development is at least 2% of the operational budget. This is an area, of course, when we look of 2%, the first thing that comes in our mind is the government capitation that we get on yearly basis. Yes, the government capitation that clearly indicates money for research can be part of 2%, but you can look at it beyond that. Look at externally mobilized funds. That is a requirement within our performance contracting matrix. Look at the money that you have allocated for buying or purchasing, procuring various lab equipment. It's part of that. Look at the various amount of money that you have allocated, probably mounting certain programs on STEAM. That is, it could be science, technology, STEAM basically, or STEM. We used to have STEM, now we have STEAM because of addition of art-related subject or related activities. Then you can also look at the money you have allocated in terms of conferences, when you want to mount those conferences or participate in them, or workshops, and even areas of application. There is always, before we undertake those activities, there must be an allocated budget. There must be a budget, specifically an operation budget, that will help actualize that. So what I'm saying, basically, there are so many other ways. All funds, you can look at all funds that have been marked for research-related activity. You can look at various projects. If, for example, there are student-related, both undergraduate, postgraduate project, the money that has been allocated in that dimension. In other words, we are telling you, the 2%, you have so many ways to fulfill and ensure that you attain the 2%. For example, if you're doing commercialization, there will be allocated funds to actualize that. If you're incubating certain innovations, if you're incubating certain innovations, there are funds that are located in that dimension, and those funds are also part of 2%. The beauty is that already there is a template again here developed for you specifically to help you to know how do you integrate the 2%. How do you ensure the 2% is achieved? And the template is very clear how you attain the score of 10%. So when that presentation will be done, you'll have an opportunity to look at that template and see how you score the score of 10. But the critical thing is how do you actualize, where do you get the 2% from the operational budget? That has been the biggest challenge to many of us. But I think with the explanation now, it is clear. These are all money that have been allocated in matters related with research, science, technology, and innovation. And I think I've elaborated on that. So you don't need, if there are partnership, for example, industrial leakages, MOUs, established specifically in the area of science, technology, and innovation or research specifically, then you can also consider that as part of 2% within your operational budget. The beauty of it all, there is a template that is very guiding, and it will be presented to you, and that template is already in the website. Please go to the website, you'll be able to see it, and also in the next presentation, you'll be able to interrogate the same. Undertake research, technology and innovation, and technology transfer and commercialization. This again, as I've said, it's clearly guided. There is a template on it. It defines to you, it guides you to identify what are the innovations, the technology transfer. In fact, you have an opportunity to choose out of a number that have been suggested of which you want to indicate. And again, this activity for you to actualize it, it has a tool, it has a template that is very clear. How you score within it is clearly defined, and in the next presentation, as I said again, you'll be able to benefit, to learn more on how to fill that template. And the template again is provided in the website, NACOSTI website. Disseminate research findings and recommendations, technology innovation through conferences, workshops, etc. Basically, again, the key activity is to ensure dissemination takes place of research solution or research findings that of course will come either out of workshops, out of conferences. There are quite a number of areas where dissemination findings can come from. Again, there is a template. The 15 score that you see there, there is a template that helps you know how to distribute the 15, how even to mark, how to differentiate, or maybe to choose for you, for yourself or for your organization, whether it will be conferences, it will be workshops, it will be seminars, and all that in terms of dissemination. And again, in the next presentation, the two will be discussed, and you'll be able to look at it and benefit from the information that is reflected there. On the same again, in the website, the two to be able to do this dissemination of research findings, to help you commit on this activity, there is already a template in the website that has been shared, and it will be discussed in this forum in the next presentation. Implementation and monitoring. This is one of the key areas that you need to get right. And the beauty is that, again, you're not reinventing the wheel. Already through your various performance contracting departments or coordinators, already there is a very clear established method on how to do monitoring and evaluation. Remember, again, for monitoring and evaluation, you also have the focal person and then champions to help you to ensure that whatever was marked for implementation is being monitored and evaluated from the various more units within the organization. But the spirit here is that OMDAs are required to prepare and submit quarterly performance report online to NACOST. The one here is that once you prepare your quarterly report from the already established mechanism that we have discussed earlier, then you submit this. If it's a quarter report, NACOST has automated the process of reporting. So you don't have to struggle to report and the way we used to do before, submitting a lot of hard copy documents. There is a website, there is an email, and that email is shared in the website where you can go after the end of the quarter. We are currently in the first quarter, which ends on 30th of this month, and we will be expecting to report by October 15th. So by October 15th, if you want to submit your first quarter for your institution, then there is that website. I mean, there is that email, which is already shared in the website. You just go there and submit. Again, a point of advice. Please benefit from whatever is established in your organization through the various performance contracting units, because these units are submitting, I mean, the persons in charge of PCs within your areas, they're submitting many, many reports. So find a way to work together to harmonize the process so that even as they submit other reports, they can be submitted together. You don't need to reinvent a wheel or struggle now to submit. Just liaise with your respective performance contracting department or persons in charge, and then you'll be assisted. Or you are submitting through an email. That's the most important thing. The 15th day is critical. You need to observe that day. I mean, those timelines, because they are clearly specified by performance contracting guidelines. This time round, as we said in the chat, if you miss around those timelines, then directly, without even, you are being monitored directly by the Minister of Performance, by the Minister of Public Service, through the Department of Performance Contracting, through the automated platform. They will be able to monitor and know when you submitted. And then, of course, if you don't observe the timelines, then there are changes. I mean, you lose some. During the evaluation, you'll be at a point where you'll be losing as an organization in terms of the cumulative overall score for your organization when it's being worked out. So observe that, and it will be well with you. Quarterly reporting template, as I said again, this too has been provided. It is already in the NACOST, both the reporting for quarterly reports specifically, they have been provided. And when we'll be looking at the presentation that will cover the reporting format or the reporting the tools you need to use for you to be able to report effectively, then you'll be able to look at that template. But the template is very clear, very simple to use. And as I said again, the process is automated, because once you fill your form, I mean, you fill your the template, then you just submit, and you submit through the email. Of course, the issue of capacity building and sensitization, it has been scheduled. Like now, that's what we are doing today. And we expect you also want to get this information to trickle it downwards to ensure it is cascaded to the various levels of your organization, so that this information is actually utilized and people are able to know exactly what needs to be done. Provision of indicator in documentation. NACOST has prepared the necessary documents, as I said again, uploaded them on the website to guide the MDAs in the implementation of this indicator. So you are not struggling in any way. You not struggle. The documents are already there. The templates are already there. It's for you to understand from the various presentations that will be done today on how to fill them, how to ensure that they are done properly. And of course, of the very, very, very important is to have credible information. Ensure the information, and this information, of course, will be emanating from the focal person and then champion, and probably performance contracting department or coordinators. If you are working together, the important thing is that have the right information. The right information, not only is it important to NACOST, but it's also very important for your organization, because at the end of the day, the reports that you're preparing as an organization, they are supposed, of course, to be utilized internally. They are supposed to be used for decision-making. They are supposed to inform very serious other processes within the organization. So that way we need to get the right information. So for you to be able to do that, I've said you have been provided with the right templates that are clear, easy to use, for you to be able to implement. So basically, having said that, ladies and gentlemen, I come to the end of my presentation. I hope you have been able to benefit to achieve the objective, and the simple objective for this presentation was to ensure you are able to understand what has been committed in 2021, 2022 performance contracting guidelines, customized for your various institutions, and of course, the expectation for you to comply by implementing and ensuring that what needs to be done is done for your own benefit, benefit of NACOST, and benefit of this country. Thank you. At this time, I know we had answered a lot of questions. If there is a burning one, we'll answer, but many other questions can still be reflected in question and answers. They will be answered. If there is someone with the burning issue, you have raised your hand, still get just some few minutes so that we can save time and be able to move forward. The first question I have seen a question: if we disseminate research findings online, on the website. See, will this count? As I said again, dissemination. You know, we are actually not inventing any wheel here. As organizations, we know the various methods of dissemination. To disseminate is to ensure that that information comes out and is supposed to, the targeted, who are you targeting with that information? Sometimes we target the public. Sometimes there are very many users of that information. So basically, one, just go to your traditional ways that you have used. That's number one. And there are many ways, and I know we know that. You can actually, yes, I have seen some institutions that are disseminating their various research information through their website. They are there and they're documented. But the point here, you don't have to limit yourself on just one way. The question will be, what is the most effective way or method for us to be able to pass this information out? Some will even do it in referred journals. It's done in many, many ways. So as an organization, you need to answer the question of which is the best way for us to put in place, mechanism that we need to put in place to ensure effectively we are able to communicate and disseminate our information. That is the spirit at the end of the day. Kindly clarify, sorry, are we going to be taken through STI template provided in order to, yes, in fact, within the course of today, you'll be able to be taken through the template and you'll be able to understand the same. Kindly clarify which is superior. Researchers based on priority areas for 2018 and researchers based on constitutional mandate as per an act or parliament. Probably you get a more update on the same, but let me just say, when we talk of matter science, technology, and innovation, we have clearly reflected the scope. Who are we targeting? And I'm very sure you have found your organization there. Of very importance is that when the circular, like for example, 2 years ago when we received a circular from government, that we need to refocus and align ourselves with the Big Four agenda and MTP3. There was no one like, it was like, this is more superior, this is not superior. At the end of the day, is your mandate. The mandate that you have as an organization, you align them with the key documents that are moving this country or that we have agreed as a country. We need to follow a certain path for us to actualize faster certain objectives. And based with your mandate, that alignment, how you align to that, how you implement and ensure that it is done, that is what is very critical. As to a superior who is all that, I think it's not part of the spirit. The key performance indicator here is for you to be able to actualize, is for you to be able to align your various planning tools. They could be strategic plans, they could be the areas of priority that you have identified as an organization to actualize matter, science, technology, and innovation. The success story is that successful implementation, successful alignment, so that at a particular point when we shall be able to evaluate that impact, then of course we'll be able to capture it. So please look at your mandate, implement accordingly, align accordingly, means stream accordingly. Kindly write the email's address here. It is encouraging to see how far NACOSTI has reached. Thank you so much for that. Again, as we said, in the morning, it was clearly put that please ensure that you clearly indicate your names, your full names, your organization, so that a feedback, for various feedbacks can be sent back to you. For further capacity training, will the institution require, as we said again, please liaise with NACOSTI. If you feel you need more information, you need to be facilitated more to do to implement better, then there are numbers that have been given there in the website. Call those numbers, you'll be guided accordingly. So I don't think we have any other question, although even if you continue putting your questions, we are still answering your questions through chat and you'll be able to get the same answers. Is there anyone who have raised his hand? Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for this opportunity you have given me to listen to me, to participate in this lively discussion. And of course, the expectation is that we'll be able to do what needs to be done. Thank you so much and God bless you. Thank you. So I think let me introduce the next presenter. We'll be having the next presenter. We'll be looking at all matters. We have talked, most of you have seen your questions on strategy, how to develop strategy, and that will be done by Margaret Mude, a staff from NACOSTI. Thank you. Karibu, Margaret.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you have heard, my name is Margaret Muthe. I work for NACOSTI, and this afternoon, I want to take you through the template that will guide you in developing one of the key documents that is important for the implementation of the STI mainstreaming indicator, that is the Institutional Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy. And it borrows heavily from the presentations that have been made this morning, given that it draws from the national development policies, including the Vision 2030, the national, the science technology priorities, the STI priorities, the national research priorities, the STI policy, which has been mentioned by my earlier colleagues, my colleagues who spoke earlier. So it is not something that is totally new. It is just a document that will help you to clearly identify the areas that you would want your institution to focus on in this current financial year as you plan to implement this indicator, and also to monitor and appropriately report to NACOSTI at the end of the quarter and also at the end of the year. So I want to begin by giving a short background of the national STI strategy, because that is where you are going to draw your institutional strategy from to be well guided by what is happening at the national level. And most of the documents that I'll be mentioning in this template, they are also available in the annex of this document, which is uploaded on NACOSTI's website. So do not worry when I mention the documents that you would want to refer to, or if I just list some things without going into details of describing what they are, because more details are available as annexes in this document. So the national strategies for STI have several functions in government policy making, and one of them is to articulate what is the vision of the government regarding the contribution of STI in the realization of socio-economic and, more importantly, even political development. And this is clearly identified in the Vision 2030 and as well as the medium-term plan, the third medium-term plan, which clearly elaborates on the role of STI in ensuring that we are able to achieve our national development goals. A strategy also helps the nation to be able to prioritize public investment in STI and also to identify the focus of government reforms. This has been emphasized even by the PS in the clip that you just watched when we were beginning this sensitization. They also help to bring together different stakeholders that are important in achieving the STI goals, as well as in order to contribute effectively to the realization of national development goals, whereby we are saying that we need the research community as yourselves, the funding agencies, the private sector, the civil society, the government, and also the communities. They are very relevant because everything that we are doing is for purposes of ensuring or touching on the well-being of the communities. Our Vision 2030 clearly identifies some of the specific STI areas that need to be focused on within the period of the vision. And these ones we have been we have been touching on them in our various documents, including the STI policy, the priority documents for STI, and they include coordination of the technology, innovation, and commercialization program. Science and research does not end in the institutions where it is conducted, but it needs to go out to the market as products or processes that would enhance the livelihoods of the communities, be it in agriculture, in health, in areas of housing, etc., etc. STEM is one of the programs that has been clearly identified in the Vision 2030. And as you know, currently, we are saying that these 4 areas, as much as they are important for the development of a nation, it is also important to recognize the arts, the humanities, and social sciences. And that is why you find some of the institutions are now talking about STEAM, whereby the arts comes in to support the delivery, the effective delivery of these disciplines or subjects. There's also energy technologies programs, the nanosciences, material science, and new production technologies, STI performance management framework, enhancement of STI awareness, which we are currently doing, and we will continue to do in the coming months and years. Intensification of innovation in priority areas, the development and strengthening of highly skilled human resource base. The objectives of national STI strategy are identified in this template because it is important to clearly define the your objectives as with regard to STI for your institutions. And the main objective of our national STI strategy, we are saying that it helps to, it is geared or it seeks to transform the economy from a factor-based to a knowledge-based society where there is inclusivity, sustainability, resilience, and also in order to provide good quality of life of the citizenry. STI does not operate at the on its own, but it is meant to support the safety, the security in all spheres of life of the citizens. And that is why for NACOSTI, we have realized the need to mainstream the application of STI in all sectors, hence the need to have these indicator in the PCs, so that it is something that while we are doing research or other activities, we are able to apply STI and also to recognize it as one of the key foundations for the delivery of our functions and mandates. Then the specific objectives which you can borrow from as you develop your own STI strategy is to harness digital systems and frontier technologies to activate a knowledge-based economy through a people, process, information, infrastructure, interaction. These digital systems and frontier technologies are evolving. Their development is evolving given that the advancement in technology, and also increasingly we are seeing new challenges that require new ways of doing things. The use of artificial intelligence, particularly in the COVID disrupted societies, is now seen as it's one of the ways in which we are going to remain operational as a society, and also using the virtual methods that we are using at the moment in order to deliver information and also interact, engage in an exchange of ideas like we are doing, providing targeted and timely evidence-based knowledge analysis and advice for a resilient economy, fostering inclusive progress through multi-sectoral, multidisciplinary, multi-actor and multi-generational involvement and partnerships that the application of alternative forms of knowledge, expertise, and perspectives for scientific and technological advancement. So we also recognize the other forms of knowledge, indigenous knowledge, and technologies, which are very crucial, especially for a setting like ours, where we have so much knowledge that is, and technologies that are perhaps undocumented, but they could really serve in helping us to address some of the challenges that we are facing, including health, food insecurity, climate change. So that those are some of the ways in which we could perhaps contribute to development. Is this affecting? Oh. Sorry for that. Technology is good, but it keeps, it also remains a challenge. Then finally, evolving and availing scientific knowledge and technological innovation to expedite or leapfrog sustainable growth and development. The SDGs, which we are all aware, are very crucial for ensuring that no one is left behind, but we shall only be able to implement them and transform the lives of our people if we are able to adopt and move with the developments that are taking place in the field of science, technology, and innovation. We have identified several guiding principles that you could consider as you develop your national, your institutional STI strategy, but these are not limited. You are not limited to these ones, because you could identify those that are relevant to your institutions, and because you have strategic plans, you also have some policy documents where you have identified your guiding principles. Then you could as well adopt those ones, perhaps include some that are very relevant for STI, such as the relevance to the Vision 2030 and the Constitution, quality, novelty, and originality, cost effectiveness for desired results. I see a raised hand. I don't know whether it's something that you want us to respond to immediately. Could it be with technology? Okay. Others are the need for multidisciplinary and cross-sectoral approach to problem solving. Related to that is collaboration and partnerships, the aspect of environmental conservation, the need for empowerment and participation of women, youth, persons with disabilities, minorities, marginalized groups, and communities, even including the elderly. Equity and inclusiveness, evidence-based, and good governance. Those are some of the guiding principles that you could consider, amongst others. The STI policy that we have mentioned, the national STI policy, which is at the tail end of approval, has identified some strategic issues that need to guide our STI sector and ecosystem. So some of them you could also consider. I have listed them here because an elaboration of each and every issue is in the annex, in the documents that are annexed to this template on the website, on our website. So you can have a look at it as you develop this your STI strategy. And there are 10 issues that are identified in that policy, including the legal and institutional framework, education and training, technology development, transfer and diffusion, STI advocacy and awareness, gender mainstreaming in STI, and performance management. Please have a look in order to look at, to see, to get a more detailed description of each of these issues that you may want to consider as you develop your STI strategies. Here is just a snapshot of how a national STI strategy looks like, the conceptual framework, beginning with the objective of the STI strategy, which I mentioned earlier when I was beginning this presentation, the strategic policy issues or the priority areas, which are in the slide that we have just looked at. And all these are meant to contribute to the realization of key aspects or key areas that have been identified for socioeconomic development. We are in the third medium-term plan that speaks to the big 4 agenda areas, and these are the ones that we are very hopeful and positive that your interventions are responding either to all of them or to 1 or 2 of them. And they're also identified or clarified in our national research priorities document, which is also a part of the document, with more details. These are the universal health coverage, the food security and nutrition, enhancement of manufacturing, and affordable housing. So it is good to clarify in your strategy which are the national development goals or areas is responding to, so that you can be able to so that you are able to demonstrate that actually you are contributing to the realization of the national development agenda as captured in the national policies and development plans. We also propose to have a situational analysis that is undertaken within the STI strategy, and we have not given anything new. These are just the issues, the 4 issues that we normally identify with when we are developing the strategic plans and other policy documents and strategies. So we would urge that you identify some which are more specific to STI, and we have given examples to guide you. So this matrix has some examples that would really help you in identifying or in coming up with your situational analysis when you are developing the STI strategy. And some of them, when you look at the strengths, we would be looking, perhaps you would be looking at or listing that you have some experience and leadership position in resource mobilization. What we have given here is being specific is also good. We have specified the EU framework program Horizon 2030, which is a mechanism that the European Union has been issuing now and again to provide funding for certain specific sectors. And I'm sure perhaps some of you have benefited from this EU framework program. The knowledge of scientific, technological, and productive capacities as a result of their elaboration and monitoring of the regional specialization strategies, investment in centers of excellence, health research centers, and participation in international facilities. These are good examples when you are talking about your strengths within the STI. I've moved. within when you're developing an STI specific situational analysis. Opportunities, some examples that we have given, as much as COVID-19 presents many challenges in all spheres of our life, it has also shown that there is an opportunity with regard to the development and application of STI, because that is the only way in which we are able to operate within that disrupted pandemic period. Then the achievement of SDGs, as I had mentioned, really needs an STI sector that is well developed and managed and governed. So mentioning that would also help. For Kenya, we have a very vibrant SMEs and startups environment, and therefore there is a lot of opportunities for adaptation of innovative activities, of course, in areas that are relevant to national development, be it in agriculture, in water, irrigation, and etc. Weaknesses, they are the usual ones that we have been mentioning: inadequacies in the law and administrative frameworks that sometimes hinder how we are able to execute programs within RDI, that's research, development, and innovation. Inadequacies in resources, that is perhaps a permanent feature in every situational analysis that we do. Fragmentation of RDI systems. We hardly hear of well-coordinated systems where institutions are not operating within their silos. So we are hoping that this is one thing that we can address through this mainstreaming process, STI mainstreaming process, but it still remains a weakness, which we have given as an example. Again, bureaucracies in funding systems, whether be it public or donor funding. The threats, again, COVID is both an opportunity and a threat because it eats into the resources that we would be hoping to use for our programs and interventions. But given the emergencies that it presents, then we need to first think about addressing those emergencies. Again, lack of a strategic vision of investment in RDI. That's why a strategy is very crucial, so that you can have a visionary way that guides how you invest resources that would help you to develop and also apply STI within your programs and within your interventions. The legal, administrative, and institutional barriers, these are also very common, and we wouldn't anticipate a situation where you are doing a situational analysis without mentioning this, hence the example that we have given. Beginning from the first page of the institutional strategy, this table or this matrix just gives you a very simple tool or a very simple way of capturing the common information that we need to know which MDA is presenting this strategy, the type of MDA, and we have provided various categories of MDAs whereby you are able to tick, and if your category is not provided for, there is the option to provide details of the category of your institution, the mandate, which is as provided in the instrument that establishes the institution, whether it's a law and that's an act of parliament, the constitution, or a presidential decree, or whatever modality that you have been established. There must be a mention of the mandate of your institution, the vision of the MDA, which I'm sure your strategic plans and other policy documents provide, and also your field of focus. Other sections that are useful for that for the institutional STI strategy are the objectives, the guiding principles, which I have already mentioned, and you can customize them to suit your institution's mandate and functions in a way that speaks to them. Then the institutional priority areas, policies and strategies in line with the national priorities that are aligned to the Big Four agenda, the national strategic policy issues, the national priorities in scientific, technological, and innovation activities in Kenya, the national research priorities framework, the national STI indicators, and the global trends in STI, among others. These documents are mostly available as part of the annex of this document or of the template for STI strategy. So you are able to identify, to pick what is relevant for you. Perhaps what we have not annexed is the like the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, the Africa Agenda 2063, the strategy, the Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy for Africa, STISA, but these you can be able to find them on the website very easily. And if you have any difficulties in accessing them, then we can readily provide them, because those are some of the instruments that even as a government entity, when we are developing our policy documents, we draw our inspiration from them, because Kenya is a member state to these entities at the continental and global level, and therefore it is bound by the commitments that are made at those levels. In this template, again, it's just a guide or something simple to help you to capture those priorities that you have identified, as mentioned in the previous slide. An example that for NACOSTI in the policy, in the national policy, what we have identified is that we need a legal and institutional framework so as to strengthen the governance of STI in the country. And therefore, some of the strategies that we propose is to create an STI desk committee, the promotion of effective coordination, ensuring there is gender equity, inclusiveness, and partnerships in STI. Another area that we have identified is the human resource development in order to enhance the quality and capacity of human resource, and also to foster talent management in STI. Some of the specific strategic ways would be to increase personnel in research, technology, and innovation. Also the enhancement of gender parity and inclusion in STI programs, and also coming up with a mechanism that will attract and remain qualified human resource for STI development and application. Going quickly to the implementation framework of the institutional STI strategy, we have also given an example from the national level, because the goal of the STI sector is to transform the national economy into a knowledge-based economy. Yours could be something else, perhaps more specific to your sector, whether it is agriculture, irrigation, health, roads, or whatever sector that you are operating in, and therefore you can mention that. Then identifying the policy area, like for instance, we have identified that the government will establish an institutional and regulatory framework to promote, coordinate, mobilize resources, and manage STI. And this can only be done if we have a policy and a law that is specific for STI. So what we would then be having, our indicators would be to have the laws and the law and the policy in place. And also this also serves as our means of verification, the indicative targets and timeframes. What do we want to have completed perhaps by the end of the year 2022? We may not do 100%, but you can put an indicative target that you can reliably, or you can, given your resources and also the timelines, you are able to comfortably achieve within a specific period. But I think in all our programs and projects, we work with the different agencies, so listing them and also listing the estimated costs. The specific strategy, as I mentioned earlier, is we have chosen to mainstream STI in all sectors of the economy at both the national and county government levels. Perhaps what we have managed in this financial year is to have the PC adopt the STI mainstreaming indicator, which does not cover the county governments. So this is an area that we shall continue to work on. And this is meant to help in the integration of STI in all sectors of the economy. And this will only be, this will help us to know the number of STI programs in the sectors, the budgets that are allocated for STI in programs. And this is the information or the data that you'll be capturing in the reporting tool that my colleague will be presenting after this. Then the means of verification, the report, the sector reports, the budget estimates, and we have indicative targets, at least one STI program integrated and funded, hopefully by all sectors by 2022, and also the institutions that would be involved in this are listed, and the estimated cost. Finally, an aspect that my colleague who spoke earlier elaborated on is the monitoring and evaluation framework or and mechanism, because we are aware that you have ways in which you carry out monitoring and evaluation exercises. So you may not need to go out of your way to develop even new tools, but to adopt STI indicators that you have identified, and to be part of your tools and also the teams that you are sending out, so that you can be able to capture specific STI data that will help you to report to us at the end of the quarter and at the end of the year. NACOSTI will also, of course, be carrying out on a regular basis M&E to assess the extent to which MDAs are implementing the STI indicator, and to be able to have a comprehensive report at the end of the year. This why the M&E is important is not just for reporting, but it also helps us to learn lessons that can help us to improve how we conceptualize the indicator and also the strategies that we develop for the implementation of the STI mainstreaming indicator. So with that, I want to thank you for listening, and also to invite any comments, questions, and clarifications that you may have. Thank you very much. There's a, I think that's Stella. Stella, you have raised your hand. You have been allowed to speak. Maybe you can raise your comment or question. I see a question on what is the expected implementation time frame for the STI strategy? Is it 5 years, or institutions are at liberty to determine? You have moved. I was reading. Sorry. Is it 5 years, or institutions are at liberty to determine respective timeframes? I think we have left it open because we are aware that you have different institutions have different planning periods. So it is important that you tie it with other strategies and policies that you may have. But of course, there is that recommended period. Could be 3 years or 5 years. And also, as you continue to implement it, within that period, you also have provided for revisions or amendments depending on new and emerging issues. STI is a rapidly developing sector, ecosystem, and new tools, new ways of doing things are always emerging. We didn't know that we would be so reliant on technology a few years ago, but the COVID-19 pandemic has proven that perhaps we cannot operate without them. So I think it's good to anticipate that you may need to revise your STI strategy with bearing in mind that there are always new things that are emerging. But I think we would encourage you to determine your own your timeframes, and also have ways in which you can amend and revise them accordingly, and share the amended versions with us if at all you make any changes and revisions. The next, there is a question. Yeah. Is the STI strategy expected to be a document with all those subheadings as in the template, or we can have the table only? We have provided a template that is very easy to adopt. And I think there are some things that you may not be able to capture in the table, but there are other things, there are other sections that you can easily capture with the matrix or in the template, because something like an objective, I think you may need to have them in a way that they are not tabulated. I think there's that information that can clearly, and you are well guided, that can clearly be captured in the in a tabular form, but there are other things that are best captured in prose or in a way that you can list the points, like the guiding principles, the objectives of the STI strategy. So let us try to borrow as much as from the template that is given, because that is there's a way in which information can be captured and appear to be useful. I think it's also good for you to, as you develop the STI strategy, you are also looking at the reporting templates that my colleague is going to share in a moment, so that you can be able to see how which data are you going to be capturing, and when, and the requirements for reporting. I don't want to preempt that, but my colleague will present. There is a question on by Stanley. Should the institutional strategy have a broad conceptual framework, or institutions can customize based on specific mandates? For example, MTRH contributes directly to universal health care. That is very good, and that is true of what we have presented in the template. be as localize the strategy to meet your needs, and also based on your mandate and the functions that you respond to, based on the instrument, as I mentioned, the instrument, whether it's a law that establishes you. I think that is the essence of having a template which is flexible and which gives you many examples which can enable you to identify those that are specific to your institution and also to the functions and the mandates of your institution. So yes, you will customize even the conceptual framework to fit your functions and your mandate. And specifically, you have pointed out that MTRH is responding to universal health coverage. So yes, that is good. Again, Stanley, again, situational analysis are broad as presented. We'll have institutional specific analysis, isn't it? I think it is very similar to the question that you have asked there, that the situational analysis will be specific to your institution. And exactly that is why we have presented as it is and given some examples that can help you to quickly think about the challenges or the strengths, for instance, or the opportunities that are specific to your institution. So yes, they respond, the situational analysis, it is done based on your institution, and whatever challenges that, whatever strengths that MTRH can consider to be are not the same ones that CalRO or another research agency would consider to be strengths. You have very specific ones that are specific to your environment, to your operations, to your mandate and functions. I think, yes, that one I have responded by Aburi. I think those are the only questions and comments that we have seen on the chat, and we can't see any raised hand. So thank you very much, and I wish you a good weekend ahead. Okay. So I take this opportunity to welcome my colleague, Cyrus, to take you through the reporting, the STI indicator, mainstreaming indicator reporting framework. Welcome, Cyrus.
Good afternoon, and I wish to welcome you to the last session of this sensitization and training process. My name is Cyrus Kamau. As we have been informed, I'll be doing an overview of the STI reporting framework, which is borrowed from the framework already existing in the website. So this one is to help and guide the focal persons and champions in terms of collecting the appropriate data in terms of reporting. Where there are cases that are straightforward, I don't need to emphasize much. but maybe there could be queries that have arisen in the last 3-4 presentations. I'll give some examples to assist and to guide in terms of the presentation. So I'll start with the overview of the STI reporting framework. And we're seeing for the effective implementation of the STI indicator, MDAs are required to appoint focal persons, champions to coordinate the STI mainstreaming in the institution. That one has already been addressed by my previous presenters. MDAs are required to document available research, technology, innovation as the PC 18 cycle guidelines, which I believe as MDAs you have already received those guidelines. And what is called now for this is to use the provided templates that provide a simplified reporting tool to capture the relevant data. So the first part of the contact person, the telephone number, and the name of the institution is given. So the PC indicator is divided into 2 main parts. There is what we call PC indicator 1, which involves developing institutional science, technology, and innovation strategy, and carries a 30 percentage points, while PC indicator 2, which is coming next, carries 70 percentage points. So under indicator 1, we have institutions are expected to provide the information which will be used in the assessment on the status of STI competencies and readiness in terms of human resource capacity, research, technology, and innovation equipment, status of the institutional scientific and ethical review committees, and lastly, research and intellectual property policies, which is carrying a 10 percentage point, while the development of the institutional science, technology, innovation strategy using the template that has already been provided and has already been discussed by Margaret in just my immediate preceding presenter is already provided within the website for that. So in the indicator 2, it's to implement the developed institutional STI strategy by undertaking the following interventions with a total score of 70. So this indicator 2 has 4 Romans. We have Roman 1, where you document research programs and projects. This documentation involves 2 parts. 1, all the research projects and programs the MDA is undertaking, and part 2, research programs and projects being undertaken by the MDA in this case, that involves quadruple helix, partnership with research institutions, universities, industry, private sector, local communities, civil society, county governments, and possibly donor partners or development partners if you have them in your own board. Then indicator Roman 2, ensure annual budgetary allocation for R&D is at least 2% of the operational budget. You have to provide the total institutional budget and the total expenditure budget. When you come to that table, I'll explain how you get those figures and values. Then indicator 2 Roman 3, undertake research, technology, innovation, and technology transfer and commercialization. That involves publications, patents, innovations, developed technology transfer, and commercialization of products and services. Then we have the last part, so Roman 4, disseminate research findings and recommendations and technology innovations through conferences, workshops, seminars, among others. So I'll move to the first part of indicator 1, where you're saying you expected to, as an MDA, to provide the numbers of qualifications of research, technology, and innovation personnel in the institution based on the 5 broad areas as specified in the table. So this one is table 1A, which involves resource capacity of the institutions by specialty, qualifications, and gender. So this one is based on the revised field of science and technology classification in the Frascati manual, also by the UNESCO. So sciences, the field of science and technology is divided into those 5 main areas: the natural sciences, engineering and technology, medical and health sciences, agriculture and veterinary sciences, humanities and social sciences. Then as per qualifications is bachelor's, master's, and PhD. Then as per gender, it's either male or female for each of the qualifications category. The second part involves a similar table, but with a difference in terms of, instead of gender, we are looking at age. So we have the 5 specialty areas: natural sciences, engineering and technology, medical and health sciences, agriculture and veterinary sciences, humanities and social sciences. The qualifications are based on PhD, masters, and bachelors. Then we have in terms of age, 50 years and below, and above 50 years. And that table 1C involves research, technology, and innovation equipment. Institutions will be required to provide research, technology, and innovation equipment whose costs to over $500,000. Any additional equipment acquired in subsequent quarters will be reported in that relevant quarter. That means that if you have equipment possibly in the first quarter, then you report in the first quarter. Or possibly you are doing processes of either procurement or donation of this equipment, but you're going to get them within the third quarter. Then you report once you acquire them within the third quarter. It is still based on the areas of science specialties, the 5 of them: natural sciences, engineering and technology, medical and health sciences, agriculture and veterinary sciences, then humanities and resource sciences. Then we have the 4 key aspects within that: the name of the equipment, the laboratory name, or the place where that equipment is, if it's not necessarily a laboratory, the equipment estimated costs, then capability of that equipment. I'll give maybe an example for health sciences. Maybe you have a genome sequencing equipment at Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. Then you just write the name of the equipment, genome sequencing equipment, may be found within the biotechnology laboratory. Then the equipment is worth 30 million, and what that capability of that equipment is. If it is perform genome sequencing and providing results, then you're able to put it within that place. It could be a case of engineering and technology. Possibly you have an equipment that is able to generate products that are able to be used within the market. Let's say an equipment to generate bolts and nuts, then the name of the equipment, you can give it a mechanical engineering equipment, you can give its name. Where do you expect to find this equipment? In the lab or in a specific research building? Then the name of the equipment, the equipment cost, which could be 50 million, and what that capability of that equipment. Maybe it can be able to do 200 or 300 products in a day, whatever kind of production it's able to get involved in. Moving to the next is the aspect of institutional scientific and ethics review. You are supposed to provide a status report on institutional scientific and ethics review. So in this case, you're saying an institution or an MDA shall be required to establish an institutional scientific and ethics review committee, which shall be accredited by the commission or be affiliated with an existing accredited institutional scientific and ethics review committee in a university or a registered research institution in Kenya. So the first question, have you established the institutional scientific and ethics review committee? Then the second question involves, kindly note that as part of this transition, existing institutional ethics review committees, or what you call IERC, will be considered similar to institutional scientific and ethics review committees. So what you're saying that as part of this transition, what has been committees for ethical review will now be undertaking also scientific review as part of that process. And that's why you're finding that for those that exist as ethical review committees, will now be treated as part of the transition as scientific and ethics review committees. Then those that have not established the ethical review committees will now be establishing what you call institutional scientific and ethics review committees. So you're expected to tick as appropriate, and would wish to implore that kindly provide this information. It will be very helpful in terms of STI mainstreaming. So if it's yes, tick yes. If it's no, there's no penalty that you don't have one. You just tick no. Then the answer you provide from this appropriate box will read to the questions that come after that. Then based on your answer that you have provided, if it was no, state plans, strategies, and timelines for establishing an institutional scientific and ethics review committee, or being affiliated with an existing accredited institutional scientific and ethics and review committee in a university or a registered research institution in Kenya within the next 6 months from the date of this report. So depending on the mandate of research or science, technology, innovation that you're getting involved in, you may not be currently having one, but you may see as an aspect of beginning to understand the process, looking for an affiliation from one. Because one will guide you on the process of how to continue with this. If the answer is still no, and possibly from the understanding, maybe you may need to know as an institution or as a ministry, department, or agency, you may need to set up one. then you can contact the NACOSTI from the desk officers' contacts. They can be able to guide you moving forward on this. If the answer is yes, that means you already have one, understand, and you're already accredited for that purpose by the Commission. You're supposed to provide a summary report of institutional scientific and ethic review committees covering on membership of the committee, functions, number of meetings and activities undertaken in the preceding quarter and cumulatively, and summary of cases handled in the preceding quarter and cumulatively, and the concluding remarks. This one should be done in a tabular format. Then number 2 is to look at research and intellectual property policies. This one is a close cutting among ministries, departments, and agencies. We are saying industry shall put into place policies on research and intellectual property rights in line with the relevant laws for the time being in force. Then the question is, have you established research and intellectual property policies in line with the relevant laws for the time of being in force? Kindly also provide information on this. It's important that you're able to provide for us. So if you already have both or either a research policy and intellectual property rights policy, tick yes. If you have one, tick yes and give us what you have already been able to develop. If you have none of the required, then just tick no, and possibly provide the questions that results from that. If the answer is no, are there plans, strategies, and timelines for establishing the research and intellectual property policies within the next 6 months from the date of this report? This one will help us and guide us to know if there are questions maybe of understanding, do you need to have the policy in place? Note that we are saying STI is cost-cutting. You may not be doing research, but you're doing innovations. And if the MDA is participating in an activity that is resulting in innovations, then intellectual property issues will come up. It could be within your staff, it could be within your stakeholders. If you interact with your stakeholders, who could be the citizenry, who could be students, who could be partners in researchers from other countries or other state institutions or other private sector, from whatever diaspora that this may collectively come from. It's good to be able to understand that. If the answer is yes, provide the evidence of staff sensitization on the research and intellectual property policies, as well as evidence of impact. Because if you already established an intellectual property policy, you can say since we established this policy, possibly we have had 2 members of staff, 3 of our stakeholders being able to be sensitized and possibly able to register their IPs that they are coming up, their ideas, their patents, their trademarks, their copyrights, their aspects of intellectual assets that they may be holding. Then the same on the institution's mandate and service delivery to its citizens. So you anticipate, is that policy having an impact out there maybe to the mandate that you exist to perform as a ministry or a department or an agency, or the service delivery that you provide to its citizens? How are you able to engage them, possibly in terms of understanding the research or intellectual property policy that you have already established and you have already put into place? Then the development of institutional science, technology, and innovation strategy using the template provided in Annex 1, carrying 20 percentage points. The table is blank, so these are just examples to assist you in terms of reporting. We are saying you're able to establish specific activities, outputs, and verifiable indicators. Number 1, appointment of focal persons and identification of champions. Then what are the outputs? You have been able to come up with a schedule and a plan of activities that you conduct between maybe 1st of July to 30th of June next year when this cycle comes to an end. And what are the verifiable indicators for that activity? The appointment letters, minutes for meetings that took place, and such. Depending, then you can have an example to attend training of focal point persons and champions. You have an acceptance letter or an email during the appointment, then the attendance list, then certificate of attendance been provided at the end of that training. Then you have conducted awareness and sensitization to staff and stakeholders. This is an activity that you have undertaken as a committee or as a champion or a focal persons. Then the improved uptake of STI from the stakeholders. They could be staff, they could be citizenry. Whoever your stakeholders are as an MDA, then you can be able to report on that. Then you're able to provide the attendance list and possible reports of the output of this sensitization. So are there comments, or are there critiques, or are there aspects that they were lacking understanding, and possibly you may need support from the commission or from other entities or the ministry? This one comes in and be able to help you on that. Then a core aspect is development of the approval of the strategy. We have outputs. You could have developed a draft, then from the draft, you engage your stakeholders for their input. Then you also have an STI strategy documents. Then the variable indicators that stakeholders were involved. We have reports and minutes of such engagements of stakeholders. An approved strategy, which is a verifiable indicator that that exercise has been done, and possibly you're in the implementation process. You already finished the document and implementing it. Then another example is streamlining and infusion of identified STI targets. These are just examples that can guide. Maybe you're saying you're going to be doing service delivery innovations. You have specifications development if you're buying equipments or you're investing in some infrastructure. So you need to develop the requirements, the designs for that kind of STI infrastructure or service that you'd want to put into place. Now, the outputs would be milestones achieved on the STI targets. Like now I'm giving an example. More possibly you could have a website. The question is your website compliant to accessibility tools? You remember that the 2010 Constitution, it gave 8 years up to 2018, to which you should be able to have facilities that are able to bring on board persons with disabilities, maybe people, members of staff or members of your stakeholders who are visually impaired or hearing impaired. So such a case, you can be able to look at such cases and start seeing. And this one will go in a long way in terms of how you are able to implement, because it's implementing the aspect of customer service, the service charter, and also as a part of STI mainstreaming. Could be improving your aspects of chat box in terms of responsive. It could be equipments that you'd want to have on place. So in terms of verifiable indicators, quarterly reports and relevant documentations or evidences for those quarterly reports. There could be new energy and building technologies if you're involving in technologies and equipment to which you are supposed to. Those are examples to guide in terms of populating. I'll go to part indicator 2, Roman 1, and we said Roman 1 has 2 parts. The first part of Roman 1 is that you're able to document all research programs and projects being undertaken by the MTA, which is a part of a 6 percentage point. And in this case, you're saying you're able to list all. Here's just an example: STI skills, knowledge, and technology transfer. Who are the principal investigators or co-PIs? If it's one, you put the name. If there are more than one as co-PIs, just list their names within that entry. One is their start date, 1st of July 2020, end date 30th of July 2022. The status of completion of this program or project, 54.3%. What are your sources of funding? 30 million from the government of Kenya, and you don't have any partners in this project. Total funding becomes 30 million. Then you have another program or project that you're undertaking, improvement of STI utilities and infrastructure. Then the number of the principal investigator or co-PIs, you populate their name, start date 1st of January 2021, end date is 1st of July 2023. And the status of that project or program, maybe completion is 48.9. This one is a case where you have combined, you have government of Kenya putting in 20 million, the partners putting in 50 million, and the total funding for this program or project is 70 million. Some of these programs cut across many years, maybe 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. So you can be able to divide the budget. If the budget is 20 million or 50 million for 5 years, then just put the 10 million for that specific year of the cycle to which the project or the program is being undertaken. Also, something else to note within the fulfillment, when you're talking about GOK funding, you could be a commercial agency. That means you may not be getting monies from the exchequer, but you're generating your own revenue in terms of appropriations in aid. Then as per the current standards and requirements, that appropriation is aid is counted as part of your budget expenditure, then it will be coming in to fulfill that part of it. Then Pitbull 3B, you are doing research programs and projects being undertaken in the institution and involving quadruple helix partnership with research institutions, universities, industry, private sector, local communities, civil society, county governments, and possibly development partners. So in this case, we had number 2 in our previous table 3A, the improvement of STI utilities and infrastructure. We have the principal investigator or COPIs being mentored, a start date, end date, completion date was 48.9. Then as we enter the data, the GOK is given 20 million, the partners are given 50 million. A key component of 3B is indicate the name of the partner. So in this case, we are indicating the name of the partner who is involved, and we are saying, as an example, the World Bank Group is involved in this. The total funding is now 70 billion. So with table 3 and 3B able to be populated in terms of research programs or projects that have been undertaken, there could be even technologies transfers. There could be products that are being designed. So at the end of the day, you end up to indicator 2 Roman 2, which ensures that you're able to calculate the percentage of investment in terms of R&D. And you're saying to ensure annual budgetary allocation for R&D at least 2% of the operational budget, you said you need to provide the total institutional budget and the total expenditure for R&D. So you're talking about the sources of funding. Like the first entry is Government of Kenya grants. Total recurrent budget is 40 million. Annual operational budget is 25 million. Actual operational expenditure 20 million. Total expenditure on R&D is 200,000. Then that means that the percentage of R&D expenditure to operational expenditure is 1%. I'll explain how the total recurrent budget, this is a budget that you get. If you are getting from the exchequer, you're getting 40 million. Then you have your operational budget. So what you do when you're getting your operational budget, you're able to remove some of those aspects of the budget that will not go to operational activities. These are salaries and emoluments that you are able to have them. So if you are having a 40 million budget, but salaries of staff are part of 15 million, then you remove 15 million from 40 million to get your operational budget of 25 million. Then you're talking about a budget and an expenditure. You could be having a budget of 20 million, but due to various reasons here and there, possibly you get a budget cut. So, and maybe it may not come every quarter, it may come at the 4th quarter, it may come at the 2nd quarter, the 3rd quarter. So at the end of the year, you're able to get your actual operational expenditure, which you have spent, which could be 20 million. Then the total expenditure that you have spent on R&D, and R&D, you are saying it could involve your core mandate, as my previous presenters explained. If you're doing teaching and research, maybe this one goes to research. How much are you spending in research? If you're doing like aspect of, let's say, rural electrification and renewable energy corporation, the money that you are spending on bringing in renewable energies or researching on renewable energies, and you want to spend on that renewable energy as part of your R&D, then that is a cost that you'll be able to put here. You could be doing an innovation, maybe developing an innovation that you'd want to improve in terms of product or service. Then that aspect of R&D is, that budget is what you're able to pull from your, maybe your core mandate or your operational budget. And you're saying from our operational budget, this is the money that you're using for development. It could be new equipment for machinery, a new production unit, and you have to buy a new equipment that is maybe faster, less power consumption, and all those advantages that have been put in it. That's an R&D budget that you'll be talking about for your MDS. Then the computation is done such that to calculate the percentage of R&D expenditure on operational expenditure will be your operational budget, which is your total expenditure on R&D, which is 200,000, over your operational expenditure, which is 20 million, you multiply by 100. Then you get, like for this case, it's 1%. You may not have achieved that at least 2%, but at least you are doing something on this. And it's good to emphasize there is an understanding that not all of you are involved in the aspect of R&D, of research, but you are involved in STI. So there's an aspect of STI as an MDA that you are engaged in, and that's what you are trying to bring in this aspect of mainstreaming. and you're able to compute that percentage and say what it is. It could be 0.5, it could be 7%. I know there could be that worry saying that if you compare, let me give an example of an entity, let me be Konza, which is involved in Silicon Savannah, and you're comparing them with Kenyatta University Teaching Referral Hospital, which is basically a referral institution or a research institution. Their budget for research could be going up to 50% because that's your mandate. But your budget, when you look at it, you're asking whether you're able even to achieve 0.1 based on what you're doing. So this one is relative to your core mandate. And the budgets and the information that you're going to provide to us, we'll be able to look at it and be able to see what growth and what investment at least you're putting into it to ensure that R&D within the MDA is well misnamed. So the second package is donor and partners. So in this case, we give an example of the World Bank, giving 50 million, and assuming that you're not employing staff, you have no salaries to pay, you're using the same staff within the organization, they utilize the same budget, and the 50 million will go as operational budget. And assuming that you don't get a budget cut for that funding that's already approved, then you spend that as the operational expenditure of 50 million. Then your total expenditure for R&D is 50 million, which means that for this case, it's contributing 100% to your R&D expenditure. You can see now how these aspects now involve. From the GOK grants, you are getting 1%, but from the donor, you are getting 100%, because the money you're putting your entirely, as per your agreements, maybe you're putting it entirely to R&D. There could be a business development unit or an appropriation in aid. Possibly you have a production unit that is working. Like I said, like an example, you have a printing unit within the institution that you print your own information, education, and communication materials, your brochures, your publications, or any other materials that you do within your print unit. But once in a while, like in a general election process that is coming, you could have political parties and you could have politicians, you could have external entities, organization coming to use your printing units. Then you count that as an A&A. And you're able to generate revenue from your A&A in terms you're able to get some business out of it. So you have a total recurrent budget of 20 million, annual operation budget of 20 million. But in your printing work, you need to buy those papers, which involves raw materials to work on that. It is costing you 5 million. So your actual operational expenditure has changed because you have some money that you have set aside that you may need to buy raw materials to ensure that your business development unit is able to operate. Then possibly the only thing that you have done that year is to buy a new printing unit, which is an R&D investment of 5 million. Then your contribution to R&D would be that 5 over 15 million times 100, which you could be saying that unit of A&A is contributing that 3.3% in R&D expenditure to operational expenditure. Then lastly is PC indicator. Sorry, second last is to deal with indicator Roman 3, undertake research, roger innovation, technology, commercialization, and implement and report on any outputs from the table. So in this case, we have given 9 areas of research, technology, and innovation outputs. You can add more, maybe you could have left 1 or 2 that you're doing, and possibly you're not getting them from this list. So this list is not exhaustive of 9. And you're giving maybe some examples. If you're doing maybe research, publications are a key aspect of your research outputs. And you're saying from your products, you can be saying 10 publications on Scopus and Emerald. You could be doing 2 publications on the East African Health and Research Commission Journal, and the dates to which those publications were done, or the period, if it's within that quarter. Then you could be dealing with intellectual property, issues of patents, copyrights, trademarks, utility models, which have been registered or granted. Could indicate them within this table. You say you had 3 copyrights registered by Kekobol. You could have 2 industrial designs granted by KIPI. You could have 1 patent granted by KIPI. Then the dates to which those utility models or intellectual property aspects were put into place. You could have developed technologies. You could say like National Housing Corporation, you are developing appropriate building technologies, like we call the EPS for building. So if you're developing those appropriate technologies, what are you currently developing and what period have you developed them? They could be developed products like steel, it could be roofing, tiles. There could be renewable technologies that have been developed, maybe solar batteries, solar panels, as part of the commercial products. Like I said, the EPS panels, we could be doing a roofing tiles. There could be all these examples that have that the MDS may be able to list down. Then you have MOUs and partnership geared towards STI mainstreaming and strengthening. I'll start with an example. You have come up with an industrial design, and that industrial design, you have gone ahead and developed a product. Let's say that product is a solar panel. Then from the solar panel, since it is not your strength to do marketing and to do sales, you may end up with an MOU with the industry to commercialize that product. And the industry is able to develop, maybe scale it and be able to commercialize that product. Then you're able to move ahead and have all that. So that's why I say that it's possible to report on any four of these, because one output of one STI process could be the input of another. The development of that industrial design forms as an output of a design process, becomes an input of developing a product, which could be that solar panel or that solar battery. Then that solar battery would require to be commercialized. Possibly you need to scale it up and commercialize it. And possibly since you don't have the strength, you go ahead and do an MOU and partnership with somebody who has that strength in the industry or in the private sector. Like we are saying for steel, there is Tononoka. If you're doing roofing tiles, Mabati rolling mills, you could be doing batteries. Then Croydexide has those kind of solar batteries that can be used for renewable energies. Or you're using solar water pumps, and possibly you're not good at that. Then Davis and Shitrif, which comes from the industry or private sector, can help you do that. Then you do a period to which that aspect or that activity was supposed to be done. Then you go to PC indicator 2, Roman 4, disseminate research findings and recommendations and technology innovations through conferences, workshops, seminars, among others, with 15 percentage points. So in this table, you're going to identify the mode of dissemination, the details of the activity and the period undertaken. So like now you're saying you could have the international trade fairs, whether in Nairobi and Mombasa. Fortunately now they are not common with the COVID, but in case there have been an activity that has been there, it could be even a community open day, where you're able to open up and maybe to the public to see what you're doing as an institution or as an MDA. Then you can have the 3 technology products developed, liquid detergents, hand sanitizers, ventilators. These are examples. Then you write the period undertaken, the dates, maybe 2nd to 5th October 2021 for the Nairobi Trade Fair, then 23rd to 30th August 2021 for the Mombasa International Trade Fair. So if there are those activities that are there, you're interacting with your stakeholders or your key people within, then you're able to put there. Could be an example of a scientific conference, like now you could have a National Science and Exhibition Week. You have keynote address and policy briefs for policymakers. So if you're like a ministry who are among of the policymakers, then you have agencies under your ministry. Are you able to interact and possibly develop policy briefs that informs those policymakers? Are you able to have paper and poster presentation by researchers within that conference or that exhibition week? And maybe the venue, the location, and the time when that activity took place. And of course, the relevant evidences that support that these activities took place and they were well maybe done. Then we have number 3, somebody asked about e-platforms, use of websites, social media handles, and blogs. You could have the outputs that you have mentioned in the other category of dissemination. And possibly you want to reach the millennials. You may not get the millennials reading the newspapers. So one of the areas that you are targeting them for would be social media and the website, which are quite common electronic platforms. For your dissemination, you could have a report that you have done and possibly you would want to disseminate it to people. You just upload it within your website and it's able to be accessed. You could have developed a mobile application. And since you want to make it available, you can make it available in the Apple and Google Play stores. And that's still aspect of dissemination, because a mobile app, the best place where you find it is a place where people are able to access within their phones and they're able to use it. So the date is 1st July, maybe to 30th June 2022. You could also use the mainstream media, the print media, the newspapers, radio, TV, broadcast, and infomercials, and possibly state the dates to which you're able to do those mainstream media. Dissemination methods Could be Standard Media Group, Nation Media Group, Media Services, Radio Africa Group, and no other group media houses and houses that are available, to which you would have it in the format that you have decided to disseminate it. The key aspect of dissemination of these findings is the details of the activity. If you have a research findings or an innovation or a technology, look for a medium that addresses your targets, so that you do not end up, like I said, there is a specific age group you find that the social media works for them. So, but another social media may not necessarily work for them. So as you look at the technology, as you look at the science, as you look at the research, as you look at the innovation findings that are coming out of this, then as you make recommendations for these kinds of platforms and activities, then look how closely they relate to the target media that you'd want to reach. Otherwise, it will be of no value if you do a very good innovation that is mobile placed, then possibly instead of putting it in an Apple or a Google Play Store, you have your Android application in your website. So people are never able to download it. People are never able to use it. It's there, it's okay, it has been developed, but the media that you're using to disseminate or the activity that you are taking to reach the target audience is not really successful in your part. And possibly you may find you're not having maybe a breakthrough in terms of the way you are disseminating or you are communicating your STI outputs, to which are part of the dissemination process. And with that, I'll come to a close and give a moment to the members to possibly to, if there are any questions, if there are any comments, then I should be able to, and the team around to respond to them. I can see I can see a question. Can you give an example? Can you give an example of an equipment in humanities and social sciences? I think my colleague is typing an answer in that platform. Should be available within the next couple of seconds. Or it can be responded because it's around.
Yeah, maybe mute. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Cyrus, for that presentation. And thank you, everybody that is online. I want to say that this question of facilities, it is not that you are going to be scored low when you say you do not have high-end facility. The rationale behind this data is that we would like to map out where we have what we would call high-end facilities, because what we've realized that some institutions have this kind of facilities that are underutilized. So by mapping them out, when you mention, then we are going to map them out, and we can digitize a map for the high-end facilities, such that if you click on that map, it will be able to tell you where that facility is and what are the capabilities of that facility. In doing so, we will be enabling the research ecosystem to be able to make use of some of these facilities, as opposed to most of the time when we think that they don't exist and therefore we go looking for them outside the country. So we may not be able, because somebody is asking whether we have one in for physical science. That's what I'm saying, that maybe there isn't. So, but you need to indicate that you do not have, otherwise then it will be assumed that you did not respond to it. So a response in itself earns you a score, but when you don't respond to it, then you lose. So you're not going to be penalized on the basis of not having, because it's not compulsory that you must have. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague Boniface, for responding to that. I think in terms of that, it has addressed quite a number of questions I'm seeing here, but I can try to address the ones that have come after. Should MDAs, that's by Andale, should MDAs document the research under 3 and DB in terms of numbers, figures, and titles? Yes, as the table has indicated in 3 and 3B, you can provide in terms of numbers. If there are 3, then you're able to number them 1, 2, 3, then able to document, that's in terms of researchers, In terms of researchers you provide, yeah. If you have a PhD and either female or male, then you add. Or what you need to do is to don't count more than once. So if you have a candidate in PhD, it's assumed that the same candidate has master's and a bachelor's. So you should not enter the table twice. Otherwise, if he's entered the table twice, it will be wrong information, because that means one person may be accounting for 3 entries. So if you have a master's, it is presumed you have a bachelor's, so you don't have to go back to the bachelor's. So the bachelor's table to fill the same information. So you are supposed to look at the highest qualification and able to put the entries based on their qualification on the highest entry. Then the same applies to age. It's either above 50 or below 50, 50 and above and below 50, then you're able to look at the age, and this one is able to be entered. And I think from the part of HR records, they may be able to document this for you. You just need the data and they can just populate. They can help you populate that, since as an individual, you may not be able to have that information. In terms of laboratory name, it can be changed location of equipment. This is because all equipment are based in the, yes, that's what I said. When it said about laboratory location, you could buy an equipment that is not in a laboratory. You could buy high performance computing that could be in a data center. It's a research equipment. It processes large amounts of data, but it's not in a laboratory, but it's in a data center or it's in a server room, depending on what you refer to it. So you don't need to stick to the laboratory name. You can give the location of where you have that equipment is. Are the numbers reported as cumulative across quarters or actual? So we said if you have them in the first quarter, put them within the first quarter. That means that if you do not acquire any other equipment between the first quarter and the fourth quarter, then technically you may not need to change the tables. However, if within the quarters you're able to acquire other equipments, then you need to populate them in those subsequent quarters. Such that if you reported 5 equipments in the first quarter, and we have that data within the first quarter, you don't have to keep on repeating it. Unless a new equipment comes, then when you're reporting in the fourth quarter, you'll be saying you have got this equipment on board. And it's also good to put a note. Sometimes you could be the same equipment. You could be having maybe a dialysis equipment in a research hospital, and you said you have 5. Then in the third quarter, you write 2. So you may not know whether they changed from 3 to 2, or you got 2 additional to make them 5. So in such a case, you can put an asterisk and say, this is in addition to the first quarter reporting of the 3 dialysis equipment we had reported. So that you're able to know whether is it a breakdown, then the number has changed, or was it on lease, then it was taken by the person who was on lease. So it may be very difficult to get that. So in case there are similar equipment that are coming across, it's good to put an asterisk and possibly a note if you have done a previous reporting on a similar equipment. Please note that policies and research intellectual property rights are score of this. Yes, we said kindly report. You may not have these policies, as my colleagues have said, but you have reported no. And you have given an explanation why you don't have this. Possibly you never thought it was important. Possibly it was a complex process that began and you didn't complete, and maybe you may need guidance on how to complete that. Then it will help us know how to assist you in that process. When a student be denied these marks during the first quarter or until the end of the financial year, as a grace period of 6 months, having provided the level of 1. So these marks are cutting across within the whole year. We're not saying that for this year, you're going to award 100 in this quarter, then the next quarter you not award. So there are 100 percentage points is within the year, but you are supposed to start providing this information as you come. And sometimes you can even put supporting notes saying we have done specification for this equipment. So that's what you did in first quarter. Second quarter, you are waiting the procurement to go through. Third quarter, you have the equipment. So some of this information will be good to guide, such that you don't say you have set aside 100 million for an equipment. In the first quarter, nothing has been done. Second quarter, nothing has been done. That quarter, Housing has been done. Then you report all the equipments in the fourth quarter. To be interesting to know whether you acquired all the equipments in the fourth quarter, or there are processes that you are undergoing within that process to which this case is done. So as you're saying, the marks will be all based on the information that you are providing that is sufficiently okay in terms of the quarterly reporting. Then Catherine Mutunga is asking, hello, are you able to share sample intellectual property policy? I know NACOSTI has developed a model. What we have is a model, like you're saying, is like a template, which we gave and took institutions through. So that template can be shared with you and you're able to work on it. Just like we have shared a template on STI strategy. It is very generic in format because IP are very diverse depending on the institutions that are there. So the model helps institutions now to tailor-make that is centered to their core mandate and possibly what they do as part of their establishment. Yes, we can provide the model intellectual property policy. Fred Mutuko from Kekobo, just a clarification on the PC. Those who have already had their PCs vetted and signed, and the STA was not captured, what's the way forward? I think my colleague Javan will assist me in this. Yeah, thank you.
I unmute. Thank you so much. It's a bit strange, and I've actually been meeting that question from Monday. Ideally, if you look at the matrix, the PC matrix for 2021-2022, STI, Science, Technology, and Innovation was a compulsory indicator under the core mandate. But anyway, assuming that you missed to include as an institution, then there was the process of negotiation. At that time, you're supposed to have included it. If again your mate and the same and you went successfully to vetting and you've been vetted and still you have missed it out, then please bring it to the attention. We are currently this week and next week, what the performance contracting unit is doing under the Ministry of Public Service is they are doing the review. So as your PC, which is the last stage now of the process of development of the PC. So as you undertake your review this week and next week, because I know the review are starting for some organization this week and next week, please bring it to the attention to the person who will be taking you through so that it is included. Otherwise, if you miss it out and the total score under core mandate is 60, that means you have redistributed the score of 2 or the weight of 2 to other areas. So that, of course, will disadvantage you at the end of the process because it's compulsory. You're supposed to have it. If you look at the specific matrix for each of MDA, it was clearly provided. So please bring it to the attention of the persons and the officers who will be taking you through the review process. That is this week, next week, and the other week, so that it is included. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Javan, for that response. I think the member has been satisfied. There is also a comment, good presentation well presented. Then there is a question, textile institutes involved in garment making, can they have garment products as innovations? So the question is, an innovation is something different. I think this one goes back to design. So do you have designs for this garments production? Then that's why you're talking about a utility model. Can those designs come in as utility models? Then you have them as products that can come in. The answer is yes, based on how you have been able to work on these aspects. Because you're also looking from not just as a product its end, but how the aspect has gone in terms of the process. From the aspect of the utility or from the aspect of that design being unique and possibly being different, and that being categorized as an innovation, then how the process has come on through. How will the report look like in case the project is a partnership, for instance, where the MD is in partnership with the university college? You just put the aspect of that project the same case. That's why we are saying it could be a PI or a co-PI. So if you're doing it jointly, you just say NACOSTI stroke Turkana University College or the Raqqa University College. Then it will be a partnership between NACOSTI and the Raqqa University College. Then we can fill the details as that. There could be 2, there could be even more. You could have 3. I remember in the morning, if you are in the present during our DG's presentation, saying we are going to multi-sectoral, multi-institutional way of STNI. Because sometimes funds are not possible to fund one project and has so many aspects that needs to be looked into the forms of energy, in forms of raw materials, in form of intellectual property. So you may find yourselves even engaging more than one entity in terms of that project and program. And that's the way to go into the future, having a institutional, multi-sector engagements in terms of STNI. Please bring this to the attention of the PC department. I think that's a response to German, which he has just given. A regional development authority is required to register and get licensed by NACOSTI since they conduct some research and baseline surveys in the areas of jurisdiction. I think my colleague Boniface can be able to respond to that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Again, two things that I want to address. The first one is what is being asked for. Actually, there are three. The Act says that anybody undertaking research. Okay. So in that case, you are doing research on behalf of those organizations. So the answer is yes, you must apply for a license. Okay, that's the bottom line. And we have said it doesn't matter whatever kind of research you're talking about, but research falling in the definition that I gave earlier out, and you can refer to that presentation, which was extremely broad-based in terms of what research is all about. So your answer there is yes. Then there is also another question that was talking about, which I want to address, is Institutional Ethics Review Committee. And again, how you're going to report. During the presentation, you were told is either a yes or no answer. If yes, then you indicate, and if it's no, you also need to say, how then are you going to handle issues of ethics? And I want to say, and I've already answered one of the questions, is that why are we calling them Institutional Scientific and Ethics Review Committee? We're saying, if you have to do research, then the science behind that research must be sound. And therefore, that committee must have the competence of people who will look at the science and say, science and its theories is correct, because if the methodology is wrong, then we do not expect results that are credible. Because in science, the methodology is more important than the end product. So that is the scientific aspect. Then there is the ethical aspect of that proposal, which you are handling. So again, we expect that the ethics must be right, okay? Of course, in ethics, it's not a straitjacket issue, and that is why we have built capacity of people who are in those committees to be able to check for ethical compliance. So if your answer there was you don't have, then you must indicate which one is your nearest accredited ethics committee that you can send your projects to be reviewed. So that is how it is. So you are not penalized for not having, but you'd be penalized if you also don't say where your proposals are going to be reviewed for the purpose of scientific and ethical review. So that is the other point that I wanted to raise. There was another one related to something about, I don't know that I've answered that, but if it comes back again, I should be able to do it. Cyrus, I think I'm done on that one.
Okay, thank you, Boniface, for that. I think there is one here still related, but I think it has been answered by Salim Ali on how do you categorize feasibility studies and reports? For example, building a dam.
Yes, feasibility studies and reports. Feasibility studies are research because what do you end up with? There will be new knowledge or new information at the end of it. Okay, that is the difference. But reports based on a building that is ongoing, then that is not a research. But the feasibility studies take the form of a research because at the end of the day, you want to find out what is the new knowledge. Okay, what is the new information that is coming that could inform future processes? Thank you.
Thank you, Boniface, for that. There are quite comments here, positive comments, and we appreciate from Stanley Kulei. Well done, NACOSTI. Kudos, NACOSTI. Well-organized presentation by Esmuta. Then there's one by Tabitha Geshero. When you host and carry out linkages role as an entrepreneur on IP, can I capture these in the report? The answer is yes. When you talked about MOUs, MOUs are parts as long as they are streamlining the aspect of STI. For this case, you have a linkage whose role is to link on the issue of IP. And IP, we say, is a critical part of STI ecosystem. Then, or what you're calling the research system. Then, yes, you can note it down as part of. We have 9. You can put it as your number 10 and say we are dealing with the linkage role and possibly what activities of that linkage role you're doing and what are the expected outcomes in that linkage. TTI are involved in carrying out research innovations where they use during TVET and fair competitions to come up with such innovations. Do those require licensing? As the question has gone, yes. If you're conducting research, yes. For innovations, as we say, they would fall within the aspect of Kenya, such that in case of which is able now to register and support that case once it's an innovation. But for conducting research, that's within an NACOSTI mandate, and a license will be required. Josephine Nambuki, very good presentations going on today. It's from CODA. Thank you, Josephine. Then Salim is saying, well answered. Your team is well prepared. Thank you. That's in terms of chats. I don't know whether there are any in terms of Q&A. Okay, I can get some on Q&A. Afantas Kamoro, Kenya. How will NACOSTI facilitate securing RST funding for MDAs, most of it in its current, if not used in a financial year? Most of it is recurrent, and if not used in a financial, it's lost. How can we classify RSTA budget as capital expenditure since researchers are also projects? I don't know whether I'm missing something, but I'm getting the point of securing. And I think this is what also addressed in the morning by the DG. He's saying moving forward, the aspect of a single aspect of research by a ministry or a department or an agency is now being moved such that even if you are applying for funding, you are encouraged even after the first review. When you come to the second review, you're encouraged to do a consortia or some kind of partnership between the various players, because you are not looking much within the process, but also looking at the products. Because I think one of the weaknesses that has been identified within the research systems within the country is that most of it is done up to publication stage and is left. So to ensure that the research has an impact to the funders and can be accounted for a product, a service, and innovation, then you are told to partner. I would give an example. I could be doing a research from what example I've given. Maybe I want to develop a steel that can be used for a specific class. And I want to be funded in making maybe, let me call it light gauge, which is being used for roofing to replace wood and other aspects that have been used in roofing as part of affordable housing. Then if I come up with a research that tells me that light gauge is a better option in terms of technology, in terms of saving the forest, in terms of all these, and they say, yes, I'm going to fund you. So you may find yourself being told, if you're going to fund you, you do the research, but you have to partner with somebody who can help you. Maybe it's national housing, who have an industry such that at the end of that research of light gauge for roofing, then you may end up having a product. Then you may end up, in that case, being told to identify partners who are going to come in, so that that research does not just become a research, and we say it's good to use light gauge instead of wood, but that product does not go to the end of the process. We don't have a product which can go to the market, and possibly the aspect of commercialization. And all that has an impact in terms of the STI ecosystem, has an impact on the money spent. You could spend 10 million in developing that research product, but possibly if you had partnered with somebody and get 15 million, you could have that product in the market and in use. So out of not completely finishing the cycle of the research to the final product, we end up spending money and having good research outputs, but those research outputs are never reaching the market. They're either not commercialized, they're either not patented, they either not get IPs, And even possibly they go out and possibly the fund also loses in terms of loyalties. Somebody takes up that research output, goes commercialize it, and possibly if you didn't have an IP or an agreement with that, you end up losing an IP and possibly somebody getting a commercial value of that. So it's a whole complex process in it, and possibly on how to look at the aspect moving forward. That's how you are intending to look at that part as NACOSTI, to provide that advisory, even at the cabinet level through the CS, through our CS, on how to go about in terms of this funding of the STI for MTS. Fantas Camaro, can you record test equipment like the transformers as R&D equipment? So can you record test equipment for transformers? So how are these test equipment contributing? We may not understand your core mandate as well, but maybe from a better explanation, I may be telling you yes only to realize you just do a testing. But I could be telling you no, but actually it could be a yes. So I may need to understand the entire aspect of the ecosystem. Then we can say whether it's part of the R&D equipment. However, as long as you're buying something to improve of the current status, then that's an investment in R&D. And that's why I'm saying that as you go to get that record test equipment, possibly you have one already in the workshop that you have been using for 20 years. It may not be satisfactory for now, but you're going out to get a new one. And there are some of those aspects of that test equipment you're able to note. Maybe has less power consumption, give more accurate results in terms of scientific parameters, all those things you're able to put in. Then you would be saying, yes, the test equipment was under R&D, because that means that in terms of transformers, you're able now to set maybe a new parameter, maybe quality test was 80%, it moves to 90% with the new test equipment. So that's a contribution to R&D to that equipment. But I may need more information in terms of trying to guide in that direction. Then there is Maureen Duarte, Tana Waterworks and Development Agency. If an institution PC has already been vetted and is at review stage, but the STA section was not captured, how do you go about it? I think this one has also been addressed by Java. So the same answer that fed for the other, kindly it's the same case that he has been able to advise.
One more need that.
Yeah,
there's one, maybe it may have been answered, but he's saying, sorry, there are situations where an officer has a master's but no bachelor's degree. I think what was said is that you take the highest, but I know of previously where we had the higher national diploma. A higher national diploma was equated to a bachelor's degree, and therefore you'd proceed to do your master's. Nonetheless, if it is not clear, then you may have to refer that kind of qualification to CUE. They'll be able to tell us whether the master's is authentic or is not authentic. I think they have the competence to do that.
Thank you, Chair. I don't see any other questions. I think you have exhausted.
Okay.
And I think I can end my presentation at this point. Thank you, team, for your time and for your patience. Wish you a good afternoon and a good weekend ahead.
Okay, thank you very much again, Cyrus, for that presentation and also the responses that you've given to questions that have come in. I want to take this opportunity again to thank the participants who have been logged in all day. We want to appreciate you. We want to believe that there has been a lot of learning going on. And as I said earlier, we are open to you. Anytime you'll find the numbers of the STI mainstreaming desk officers on our website at the appropriate page. And we feel free to engage them on any aspects where you are not clear, please do so. We shall be able to be available to assist you. There are situations where we may require one-on-one. Again, if that is the case, please write to the DG NACOSTI. He will be able to see how we can be able to engage one-on-one. I know a number of institutions have already made that request, and we will be taking up that. Remember, one of our core values was that we are customer focused, professionalism, issues of integrity, issues of teamwork. I hope you've been able to see some of these things at work during the course of our presentations and the way we've responded to questions. So with that, I would like us to end this sensitization for today, because there are no further questions and there is no hand that you've seen which has been raised. That means we have been able to meet your expectations, and we again want to say thank you very much. We want to close the session again. We started with a word of prayer, and we would like to close again with a word of prayer. I'm going to ask Javan to pray as we close, and to wish all of you a good afternoon and a good weekend. And we look forward again to working very, very closely with you on matters of STI mainstreaming. Thank you. Switch it off.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, you can hear me? Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Boniface. I will take this opportunity to pray, but first and foremost also, let me just say we are grateful for the lively participation from all the MDAs from Monday to today. It's our assumption and great hope that we have been able to meet the expected the objectives that were set, and the objectives were very simple: to ensure that MDAs are able to understand, they're able to get the key concepts. They need to understand how to implement these activities so that at the end of the day, within the financial 2021-22, of course, you'll be able to meet those aspirations, successful implementation, successful evaluation, and of course, favorable scores after you evaluate. And let us pray. Ancient of days, in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, we once again come to thy presence. We start in this sensitization by prayers, by praying that you may guide us, by praying that you may take us through the process from the first day up to the last day. And indeed, you have fulfilled and you have answered our prayer that we are in the end, the tail end of sensitization. Today is the last day. We have done all the presentations. We have done what we were expected to do. We thank you for that faithfulness. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for guiding us. Thank you, Jehovah Father, for taking care of us and meeting all the requests that we put before you, so that we have a successful sensitization to meet the objective that were clearly stated for us. We thank you for the participants. We thank you for bringing them together. Thank you even for giving them the ability, peace to be able to go through the process, and even the organization, the various MDAs that have appointed focal persons and champions, so that they may participate in this very important process of ensuring that they have the right information, that they are able to understand exactly what are the requirements of performance contracting guidelines as pertains science, technology, and innovation for the year 2021-2022. We thank you, Jehovah Father. We glorify the holy name. We thank you even for NACOSTI also for being able to organize and ensure that this sensitization goes as per the program, and of course meeting all what is needed to ensure that it is successfully mounted and implemented. We thank you for the CEO, Professor Walter Oyawa, for also guiding the team and ensuring that what needs to be provided, what needs to be done has been done, so that we have a successful actualization of the program, and ensure that we are able to build the capacity for MDAs. Thank you, Lord, also for guiding the chair, who has been able to guide this process very well. Boniface, we pray that Lord may continue to give him more wisdom, more ability to be able to take this task. We know it's a very heavy task based with the scope, but we know with your ability, because it's not by might, neither by power, but by your spirit. We pray that we may continue to guide him to steer this team to the successful attainment of the stated objective. Thank you also for the team from NACOST, the members of this wonderful committee. They have participated. Each and every person has played their respective roles. And indeed, today we are coming to the end, and we witness the wonderful work that each person has been able to do. As we come to the end, Lord, even some of us will travel back today,
and we'll be going to our various, we're going back home. We pray for journey mercies. We cover ourselves with the blood of Jesus. We cover the road with the blood of Jesus. And even when we reach to our various places, we will once again thank you, glorify thee, and bring back honor and glory back to you. We thank you, Lord, as even we prepare to go and take the lunch. We thank you for this lunch. We pray for it. Thank you even for this institution. I mean, the place that we have been here. We've been here from Monday to now. They have taken care of us. We have eaten, we have cherished the goodness of this place. We thank you, bless them also. Continue to bless them that also when even they'll be able to do the same for others. Thank you, Lord. We thank you for your faithfulness. Thank you for the far you have brought us. And as we come to the end, we do so. And we thank you and glorify thee. In Jesus' name, we do pray, believing and trusting. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. And have a good afternoon and a good weekend.